Ready?
Deborah, just let me know when you're ready. Let me know when you're ready.
Oh, yeah.
You're good.
All right, thank you.
That's 2 over 3.
All right, we're going to call the meeting to order at 5:30. Start with roll call.
Sheena Martinez, District 1.
Paul Terry, District 2. Harold Stein, District 4. Herb Dyer, District 5.
And Darren Schroeder, Mayor. If you will, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. First to the American flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Texas flag.
I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll please stay standing, we're going to have the invocation given by David Cowan from Castroville Community Church.
Thank you for having. Would you pray with me, please? Heavenly Father, we invite you into this meeting place to help guide the decisions that we need to be made, to provide wisdom to our leaders and to concerned citizens to solve our complex issues, and grant patience to work with and to respect one another as this council performs its duties in support of all of our people. We thank you for the freedoms, the freedom we enjoy to assemble, freedom to speak with our leaders that you've called to serve. Continue to give them strength and discernment, Father. We thank you for the service to all of our families. Lord, we ask your presence would guide us in the business tonight, that you open our hearts and minds to be filled with your grace, your wisdom, and your justice. We also seek, or ask that you help all of us assembled tonight to look to you for peace as we strive together to better our community. For in you alone is true peace. And finally, we pray for your protection over all these assembled here. In the name of Jesus Christ, your Son and my Savior, I pray. Amen.
Next item is citizens' comments. If you'd like to come up and speak for citizens' comments, please just keep your remarks to 3 minutes. If you'll state your name and your address.
Good afternoon, folks. Thank you for having us here and the opportunity to public comment. My name is Anna Horton. I live at 1762 County Road 4713, just between here and Lacoste. I'm also a landowner here inside the city. I have a couple of concerns that I want to address. I know that we have not spent a lot of time on your agendas on Joint Airport Zoning Board, and I recognize, obviously, like all of us do, that we have removed the cities and the counties' participation in that board. But given the last couple of agendas, I have some concerns given the turmoil that surrounded airport zoning and the restrictions from the past. And first, I have a concern about this city. On your agenda tonight, there's the revisiting of the master plan. I have concerns about the city spending money of this magnitude, this number of millions, which can further ingratiate the city to the FAA and TxDOT in the face of community rejection of restrictions that the FAA or TxDOT seek to place. Second, I have concerns that the city, since December and January at least, have been talking about airport zoning issues in closed session. I'm not representing, while I'm a lawyer, I'm not representing to be an expert on TOMA, but I have concerns that those are in closed session where those landowners that are concerned can't hear those discussions. Second, at prior meetings, we have been told that the master plan and expansion into other lands is a pipe dream. It's a similar quote, if that's not an exact quote. But when I went back to review that master plan, and you guys are certainly more familiar with it than I am, the master plan includes, that KSA Engineering Airport master plan includes expansion, fencing, and it includes significant expansion of the airport between now and 5 years, and then 6 to 10 years. So while I think it's easy to tell a landowner whose landowner property rights at risk or whose land itself is at risk that it's a pipe dream or that it's not going to happen, Those are very real, imminent future time periods, and I think that's a reasonable cause for fear in those landowners' minds. Second, or fourth, I think I'm on number 4 now, I have concerns whether it's fiscally responsible for this city that we all hear about so much in spending those millions of dollars on an airport that isn't yet making you money. And while I know many people don't want to hear it, the use of that land for schools or development that would benefit all of us instead of those that find the airport a priority, I think those would be better uses of the money and a good evaluation by a CPA or an accountant. Fifth, I noticed in a couple of different meetings that there was an effort to make the airport a historic marker. I don't feel like the airport really falls within the nature of a historic building or a historic structure in the traditional sense of that word. And my concern here is that we are further trying to secure or make the airport so permanent that the landowner's objections to the restrictions that allow the airport to continue will be lost. Finally, and this touches back on the money and the restrictions, and then I'll close. The Jazz board is over, but I know that it's still on the minds of a lot of people in this room and those that are into the airport. But I feel like those minimum restrictions, they're not required. If the landowners reject those proposals, then the only possible solution is modifying or changing the nature of the airport and potentially having it do something else. And so if we're going to borrow more money to pay for these expansions or receive more free money from the government, which I think we can all agree is never free, right? We are only putting ourselves more on the hook, and your community members more on the hook in potentially repaying that money to the FAA and TxDOT. So I'm really opposed, and I want you to think carefully about the idea of taking more grant money and then coming back to the landowners and saying, we have to continue this airport at the expense of your landowner rights because we might have to pay back now twice as many more $1 million. Time for caution and fiscal conservative actions and not such expensive ones.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak for citizens' comments?
David Mers, 148 Village Path. On my afternoon walk on Saturday, I saw water bubbling up through the street in Country Village. Luckily, it was about 20 feet past the end of the new pavement. I'm not sure whether it was the streets or water department, but someone responded very promptly and was very polite and gave me information that I could pass along to anyone else who asked questions about it. And by midday on Monday, it was all taken care of and packed down, and just wanted to say good job. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Would anybody else like to speak for citizens' comments? All right. Next item, we have the consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have minutes for February 14th, 2023, special called city council meeting. We have minutes for February 14th, 2023, regular called city council meeting. We have the approval of Public Works dump truck purchase, the approval of the Public Works utility vehicles purchase, the approval of Lions Park Athletic Field Improvements Project, and approval of the Medina Valley Soccer Association contract. I just want to point out the reason that we have the purchases on the consent agenda is that, as Scott has explained to us, things that are on the CIP that are in the current fiscal year that have already been at least high level approved, bringing them back on the consent agenda for the final approval. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda? Well, we can do that now. Yeah.
I do, and I'd like to get approval of the another copy of the
Okay. All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I have a question.
Absolutely.
Are any of these vehicle purchases not approved, or can I get confirmation that they are in the budget?
They are in the CIP.
This amount of money is covered?
Yeah, so if you go back and do a comparison between the notes that you were given and then the CIP document that you're showing that you have access to, in that first tab is vehicles and equipment, you'll see these amounts in that
Thank you.
document.
And basically, the document that he's talking about, we have a full schedule of all of the vehicles, what our replacement policies are on them when we refresh them, so it is all included in there. Any other questions? I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. And for the,
Yeah, it depends on what, like the soccer association contract, you can take that up now if you want to, before you go with the rest of the agenda, and that's probably what I'd recommend.
all right, can we do that?
Yeah,
Any
I just-
questions?
A quick thing, I noticed part of this is we're taking out the names and the addresses. And I know 6 years ago when the council was doing the contract with the Little League teams, part of that contract stipulated that a majority of kids or a certain percentage of kids have to come from Catskill, because Catskill owns hundreds of teams. And so I didn't know if that's why this got rolled over into this contract or into this contract, but I think that's the reason why those names and addresses are there with participants. So I just wanted to bring that up. I don't know if the council is concerned that the number of kids that are on it, that are from Catskill itself, but I just wanted to make sure everybody's aware of that.
And I think the difference on there is that for the Youth Baseball Association, there is actually a cost to the city, where the way that Devin has structured this is the people that are playing on the fields, they're basically paying for themselves. So I think that we're a lot less concerned about the impact because they are paying for themselves and we're not subsidizing them.
Yeah, but and I know in some respects we are, and again, I'm not advocating one, but I think that we are, for instance, the lighting that we put out there. There's no doubt that there's wear and tear, so the amount of money we're getting back is it offset these costs of the cities and taken on. I'm always a big advocate of things to do and so forth. I just wanted to make sure, that I know that's why they put that in there originally, in the original contract, why that, I don't remember that
Yeah, I don't,
cross, but the only reason I think that we have a list of names is to make sure that we were, that the citizens were also getting a fair participation in that, so I just brought it up.
your comments mirror my own in that, I think you're absolutely right. I think maybe that was a holdover from the baseball contract. The baseball contract has a reason for it, but we're doing all that. When staff reviewed it, we didn't see a purpose for having it. We do literally nothing with that information. And to the mayor's point, at this stage, with the changes in the rates and the fees, I won't go so far as to say that they're paying 100% of it. I think there's still some amount of subsidy, but they're covering a large portion of it. If they get the level of attendance they had last year, at 800 players at $20 a piece, that's a lot of money coming in. It all gets put right back into that park system. None of it's going to the general fund. It's being reinvested in the regional park. But I think that goes a lot further than $3,000 a season. $3,000 a season, we estimated we were spending at least 13 with their 3. So, yeah. So
I have one question. It says, it just refers to the regional park athletic field, so we're not pulling in Lions Park
Not
yet?
at this point, because they're
Okay.
really they're not ready. And our goal is to have something ready to provide some relief space, and of course, that's,
Next year?
no, that's actually this year. So that, you just approved that, so we can now, we're moving as fast as we can. By May, we hope to have those fields in playable condition.
So we need to change this then to include Lions Park?
No,
Because all it says is for them to play at regional park.
right, because that's all they're getting access to at this stage.
Okay.
If we lease out Lions Park, it'll be under separate agreements. It will not be under this
Okay.
agreement. Yeah.
That's what I was wondering. Thank you.
Yep. So you'll need a motion to approve that contract separately.
Okay. And because it's on the agenda, we can still do it as a separate item?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any further questions, discussion?
I agree with Phil. I think we should have a way to answer the question, is the city, are enough of the participants from the city I think we should know the answer to that. So I think they should change it back so that we have the names and addresses.
I can guarantee you, with 800 participants in a town of 3,300, a lot of those are from the community. But as we look back to,
From outside the community.
well, outside of Castro, but inside of the community. And as we looked at, when I talk about the community, it is the local community. And as we went through council priorities, one of the things, I think it was actually Councilman King that pointed out, in those priorities, we wanted to include things that were for the benefit of the general community, as they were financially feasible and as they made sense.
We have a
The general community
5:45
doesn't give us any
public
money.
hearing.
That's
You
not
wanna-
entirely true.
Can
So-
you postpone this conversation to have the open the public hearing? At 5:45, we have a public hearing, so.
Oh, yes, okay. We're going to table this.
Well, not table it, we're just gonna,
Isn't that what you do to postpone it? Okay, we're going to postpone it, whatever.
we're
it
just
is.
gonna move it.
We're going to move it in a minute. We're going to move now to the public hearing for the submission of an application to the Texas Department of Agriculture for one or more Texas Community Development Block Grant Program grants for program year 2023.
I know that's written
We're
kind of
going
weird.
to open the public hearing at 5:46.
So Mayor, if I may, I'll just give a little bit of explanation, and then we can open it to anybody that'd like to have any questions or speak on during the public hearing. The city is applying for a grant, a community development block grant. That is a 90-10 grant, basically. We would fund 10% of it. CDBG grants can be used for multiple purposes, and I hope this won't be the last one we apply for. I think there's other opportunities. They do downtown revitalization is one of them that I think we could definitely apply for in future years as we do our planning for downtown. But this particular grant, our intention is to apply for a water or sewer project. It does need to be in a primarily low-income area of town. And one of the things that I think is interesting about this community, as I've said before, is that we don't have like poverty districts like a lot of towns suffer with because of old zoning and stuff like that. Just the way this community has existed and organically grown over the years, it's not like some places where you can say, okay, but there's railroad tracks and there's the really poor neighborhood of town. We really don't have that. So it makes it a challenge to apply for these types of grants. And that's all I'll say about that. But the intent is to do, I think, a water project is probably what we're going to try and highlight. And it would be we have several dead-end lines on Washington and Geneva and one other area. And this grant would allow us to loop those so they'd no longer be dead end, and it would also help some of the water pressure areas. I don't know if we'll be successful in getting the grant or not, and we won't know that until like October. So this public hearing is one of the required steps, if you will, in applying for that grant, and that's the purpose of the meeting tonight. We do have, you already took the step to hire a grant administrator, that was GrantWorks, and to hire an engineer, that's RESPEC. They don't get paid unless we get a grant. And then if we do, then they'll be paid from the proceeds of that grant and from a portion of our match of what we have to match. The total grant amount, I believe, is $500,000. So we would get, basically, we would put up $50,000 to get $450,000.
Great. Do I have a motion on this?
Well,
Oh,
it's
I'm
a
sorry.
public hearing.
Public
Yeah.
hearing, I apologize.
And we also have a sign-in sheet at the back that I just removed, sorry.
Okay.
If anyone's here for the public hearing or would like to listen, they can sign it, and that way we turn it back into the grant.
All right. Do we have any discussion on this from the audience? Is there anybody that is here for that needs to sign in? Okay, great. Can we close out the public hearing?
Yes.
We'll close out the public hearing at 5:49.
Mayor, did you skip items 7 and 8?
Yes.
I did,
We're gonna
because
come
we
back
had,
to those.
the public hearing was advertised for 5:45.
Oh, I see.
Now we'll go back. Okay, perfect. Sorry, we didn't discuss that completely before, so they kind of sprung that one on me. All right, so let's go back to item number 6, number F.
And maybe, again, I'm not advocating one way or the other, I just want to make sure that we have a council understood why that is in there, and if that is a concern, then we won't be aware of why that is.
Okay, yeah. Is that,
No, I'd like to say one more thing. I think if you look at all the different areas of the city where the city has to subsidize activities, Parks and Recreations is always at the top of the list. It's just an area that rarely pays for itself. If you want to provide community with good services and high quality of life, then we have to appropriate money to subsidize. My point was, those subsidies come from tax dollars and they come from residents. So I believe we have to know that the residents are the majority player. We don't get any subsidies of that fashion from the region. That's what I meant.
No, totally understand. And if we look back to the budget, the residential property tax pays for 11% of our general fund. Something like 70, I don't remember the exact number, 76% I think comes from the businesses who benefit. A lot of them benefit from the increased, one of the things that we've done is worked on increasing tourism. This is kind of supportive tourism. So I do believe that there are ancillary benefits. They're not completely quantifiable, but we spend a lot of time and effort bringing people in to spend money in Castroville, and I think I don't know that we have the ability to do a direct comparison on game days, on practice days, but there's definitely that additional positive impact we see.
From a staff perspective, we don't have a strong, we just saw we were collecting data that wasn't being used, and it does involve minors and that kind of thing, and so we'd rather not have that data if we aren't using it, we don't need it, but if it's something you want to put back in the contract, we'll put it back in the contract. I don't think there was a major objection by soccer, was there? So it was just one of those things we saw as inefficient, we didn't need it, but again, that's totally up to you. Included or not included, no skin off our teeth.
Well, let me ask this question. If you found that the majority of the players were from outside of the city limits, would you deny the contract?
I would.
I think it depends if 80% of them, no, actually, if 90% are outside the city, I'd sit down and think about the contract and what brings it. If it's 50,
Well, keep in mind,
40% can't get this nothing, right now it's not a line in the sand.
keep in mind, we raised the fee from $3,000 to $20 a person, which we estimate will be somewhere around between $17,000 and $20,000.
Understand?
Yeah, okay, just make sure.
My feeling is that we did that adjustment so as to make that process pay for itself, and I feel like it's successful.
For me, majority of all these kids, pretty much all these kids, are Medina Valley ISD students. Medina Valley is Castroville. It don't matter. My niece and my nephew plays, and they live in Ladera, but they are Medina Valley ISD students. That is our community. That's all I'll say on that.
And I'm not, I do know that my nephew, for instance, comes from Bandera County, and there's other kids here, so, but I think, yes, I think the majority, it really just goes back to saying that, that we need to be aware of all this.
What would you do with the information?
Well, if you take the information, someone needs to, because look at it and say, would it not be a big deal to say, you know, these are the 80% of the people from the Medina Valley? Or 5% are from the Medina Valley.
Would you rather have it by school district or by actually?
Did you want to
like
make a
city?
comment?
So what I'm going to speak to just right quickly, and this is just the high level analysis here. The reason that you will have a requirement to prove participants is when the city is using its own funds with which to provide services to an entity that is not necessarily another governmental entity. In other words, we have to be careful that we are not using municipal funds to support a private entity. And so that's the whole purpose of why you would gather that type of information. Because normally these types of contracts, they're made with the distinction that it is a service that the city can provide. Because theoretically, the city could establish a Parks and Rec division that ran all of these things. However, in reality for small communities is that we contract with these third-party persons, private entities, to provide these services to the community. So that's the reason you track that, because you want to ensure that you are making good use of public funds. So that's one type of contract. If you have a contract that is simply for someone to use the city facilities, and it's the same kind of contract that anybody could can enter into, there isn't any legal requirement to have that provision. It's a policy decision on if you want to track who's using it, where are better ways to provide these services to the entire community? Is there a better way to structure these contracts to ensure that, hometown folks, have the same ability to use those fields and contract for use of those fields? So in this particular instance, for the type of contract that is contemplated with this particular item, just a matter of policy decision, do y'all want to see that information? And then, what are we going to do with that information, and who's going to handle it on the back end?
Great.
In regards to your question, what will we do with the data?
Yes.
The data point's important, because if it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 50% or more city residents, then we're happy campers. But let's use your example. Let's say it's 90% non-city residents, okay? Then I want to go back and re-look at the contract and say, well, we have to split the cost in a fair way. And maybe we'll have to come up with two rates, one for residents and one for non-residents. I'm just saying the data point's important, but if you don't have the data, you don't have the data point. That's all I'm suggesting. Catch the data and we look at it.
All right. Do we have to approve this? If we don't approve this tonight, Scott, does this delay anything with the district or with the team?
When do they start? They're doing registration right now, right? Yeah. Honestly, we kind of need it done today, but again, if you want to put that, if we just want to say, well, for this year, we want to leave that stuff in, not a problem. They didn't argue it, we didn't, we just pulled it out as a staff function, so I don't think they would care if we put that back in. If that's going to be an issue, then just, I would say make the motion to revise the contract to
Go
include
ahead and make
it.
the motion to approve the contract and see what happens.
I'm sorry, what was your motion?
To approve the contract as
with
presented?
the Valley Soccer Association,
As it stands with
as it
the,
stands.
without the requirement of the citizenship
Correct.
numbers? Okay. So I have a motion. Do I have a second? Dies for lack of a you second?
No.
Okay, dies for lack of a second.
Okay.
Do I have another motion?
I move we approve the contract with the modification of putting the requirement for names and addresses of all the participants back into the contract.
Right. I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Great. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
One abstention.
Motion passes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carey, what?
One abstention.
Okay.
And that was that 4 ayes?
Yes.
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 Okay, I didn't hear you. Great. All right. Thank you. Good discussion.
Well, if I'm, just as a point of order, what Councilman Carey did is perfect. When you talk about running a meeting, sometimes it's good to throw a motion out. You shouldn't be, don't take it personally if no one sides with you. It's a great way to move forward a debate, is for people to throw a motion. If you feel about something and see if anything happens. If
Well, we
it
put
fails, it
tissue up here
fails,
just in
right?
case.
Yeah, thanks.
I think that was good.
All right. No, I think that was a really great interaction. Next item is mayor's report. I don't have any, I just wanted to give an update on the Medina Valley High School campus tour. I did end up going with their CTE director, and they were showing us around to the different programs that they had. They're doing some really great stuff. They've got a new cybersecurity program, what they're doing with agriculture, with, what do they call it, restaurant science. They're doing some really, really neat stuff, and they're looking at doing some additional stuff with us in the future to help support the kids. One of the things that they had brought up was they really want to get coordinated with the airport. The assistant director of curriculum worked from, I don't remember where she came from, but where she came from, they had a deal with the airport where the kids could go through, that was part of their training. They actually had a mechanic shop, and they had flight lessons. So the kids would either, depending on which portion of the program they were in, they would either graduate with a pilot's license or with a mechanic's certificate. So they're really excited about doing stuff like that. They're coordinating with the airport to see if that works out well. So overall, I told them I would really like to talk to them about how we can support them in this. I think that there's some synergy with some nonprofits that are working through some different items. We had talked about doing a community orchard and talked about their participation with that. So I think that we'll see something in the next few months. It'll probably come up during the next, like over the summer before the next school year, but I think it's a really good thing to support these kids. So the next item, let's talk about city council or city board liaison reports. We'll start with airport with Councilman Stein.
The Airport Advisory Board did meet February 6th, and I think most of the information that was shared that evening came in from manager's report and is included in our packet tonight with the airport information in the packet, so I'm not going to comment on that much. I will make a point that David did report that there have been 3,600 gallons of jet-made fuel sold, which was quite a bit more, I think, than this time last year, and it's all being sucked up by the skydivers, which I think is a fascinating deal, personally, myself. I don't know why anybody would want to jump about a perfectly good airplane, but they are fascinating to watch.
My mom is doing it again next week
Oh, my
with my
gosh.
nephew.
This will be your fourth, eh?
This is her fifth.
That's fantastic. And they did continue discussions on community involvement, making themselves available to the community out at the airport. And one idea was publishing when the skydivers are operating out there and welcoming the public to come watch it.
Great.
That's all I have to share.
Thank you. Next is the library with Councilwoman Martinez.
The library had their basically meet and greet at the library evening event. It was a well-attended event. They had a harpist there playing music, and a lot of different people came in and socializing. They had some silent auctions, and at the same time that was going, it was also their Magic the Gathering game night. So there was a bunch of teenagers and everything in the other room, and young adults, and some older adults wanted to go in there, but their wives said no. So
I would have been in there if I'd realized that was going on. I didn't realize that. I walked right by it.
my husband, we shared with them that my husband has two cards that are worth $1,000 each.
Oh.
Yeah, we didn't even know it until my brother-in-law told us. But it was really well attended. A lot of people are interested in the library. That's why I'm going to be standing, the ground for the next 2 years of, hey, we really need to see about getting a new library, growing it, because the business is just going to pick up as we grow. So.
Next is Historic Landmark Commission, and that's Councilman King.
Had a meeting last week on the 21st. Two properties came before them. One was the roof at the two-story building next to St. Louis Church. It's getting a new roof because of hail damage, and that was approved. And then also there's a residence that the Griggs are fixing up and expanding, and that is approved. They also discussed that they're going to come out with a flyer. The HLC voted to approve Brianna working on a flyer that would be handed to. One of the big problems here is that someone buys a house and then realize that it's under historic protection. And then they get surprised when they want to come do something and they're told they can't do it. So this is a flyer that would go out to realtors, to everybody, to be able to hand to prospective buyers of the properties. And then also they're going to ask the city to send out notices. The only way the city can really track it is through electrical permits. When you bring back on electricity,
Yeah, it's through the utility accounts. When
Right,
someone
so-
sets up a utility account.
So one thing is to send a notice out to everybody who now has one of the historic properties and just remind them that when they sell it, it's still a protected property. And then also when the new buyers come in to reconnect electricity, then they would be notified then that right away. Of course, by then, they might be upset if they weren't told that they were buying historic property in the first place. And then the last thing is that they're still working on the little historic silhouettes that go on the historic houses, and they're getting cost of, and then they plan to bring that to the city council maybe at the next meeting for us to decide what to do with that. That's it.
Great. Thanks for all the updates. All right.
Parks and Recs. I've got
Oh,
one.
yeah, so, Parks and Recreation,
Parks
Councilman
and
Dyer.
Recs had a meeting on February the 15th. 3 of their members were absent, but they were still able to create a quorum, and they held the meeting. There was a great deal of discussion about the new playground, the location of the restroom that we purchased several meetings ago. It has not yet been delivered. And there was a lot of discussion about what to do with the old restroom. And they took a vote, and their minutes will come up with a recommendation to the council to, they want to remove the old restroom and reclaim the outside rock and reuse the space. So that'll come to the council for consideration.
That's on tonight's agenda.
Yeah. Great. Anything else? Thank you. All right, next item is presentation by KSA Engineering on Castroville Municipal Airport Master Plan, including airport land plan. I'm going to remind the public that there is no public comments during this time, but I would encourage you, if you have questions, concerns, we will make ourselves available either with your city council representative, myself, or staff. We'd be happy to talk it out. So we are...
I'm pulling it up now.
Thank you.
I will state this, that Mrs. Wharton, some of her concerns were, we can address some of those, because some of those are covered in this presentation, and, you know, one of them was the concern about expending millions of dollars. The city has no plans to build anything at the airport at this time. So there's not millions of dollars being imminently to be spent. There is a airport fence project, and we'll talk about why that's being proposed and the concerns there, but the length, I don't think I think I made a comment during a public meeting about the lengthening of the runway. I don't think I said it was a pipe dream, but I definitely said that it was something that, you know, it's a target, it's something we would like to do, but we don't own the land, and we can't force it to happen. We aren't looking to force it to happen. But it's all, you know, this is transportation planning. It's just like doing thoroughfare planning. A city has to think about future expansion and future needs, and put plans on paper so that as it grows, we can say, well, this is our desired outcome. As opportunities arise, you can point to something and say, this is what we'd like to see. And all that's done in concert with input from the community. But I'm getting into your presentation, so.
You're good. Well, thank you all for having me tonight. My name is Michael Mitchell, and I'm a senior aviation planner with KSA. We had the pleasure of working with David and Scott and Darren to update your airport master plan. This plan looks at the next 20 years. Specifically tonight, we're going to focus on your 5-year capital improvement program, which is what you're going to be looking for funding for from TxDOT and the FAA. So just kind of, this map up here in the right-hand corner just shows some of our airport experience through Texas. We've done quite a few master plans throughout the state with the support of TxDOT. So this just gives a quick little overview of the economic state of the industry in Texas. You can see there the total output of the aviation industry is a little over $94 billion, which is incredible. We have a lot of manufacturing, a lot of defense spending and aviation in the state. So the purpose and goal of a master plan, like Scott mentioned, we want to be ready for the future. If you have businesses that want to expand and that are using the airport currently or wish to use the airport, you have to know how to accommodate those aircraft when the time comes. So this plan really provides a comprehensive study. We look at 3 different time frames: the short term, which is 0 to 5, the intermediate or midterm, which is 6 to 10, and the long term, which is 11 to 20. We look at the airport layout plan to ensure that all the projects that you want to complete at the airport are shown. That's how they receive their funding eligibility through TxDOT. And then we prepare a priority-based capital improvement program, which we'll go over here shortly. Scott spoke to this a little bit. So every project that we go out for funding for obviously has to be justified. For example, a runway extension. We can't just go out and say we're going to extend the runway. We have to have a specific use. There has to be a critical aircraft that's operating at the airport 500 or more times a year that needs that runway. Currently, that doesn't exist. So the opportunity to expand the runway is just in the planning stages. We're looking at what we could expand it to possibly if those airplanes that required that did indeed want to operate here or start operating here. So demand, obviously, of the aircraft provides the justification for projects, and then the planning that we do today provides the feasibility. So why now? Why are we updating the master plan now? One of the things is the economic impact of the airport to the state. So in 2018, TxDOT underwent a update of their economic impact report. They used a third-party consultant that deals with aviation financials to look at several different metrics on how the airport generates money, not only within the community, but within the national airspace system as a whole. And as you can see there, the total output is a little under $4 million. And like I said, that's not necessarily just to the local community, but it's to the national airspace system as a whole. So some exciting things. In 2021, November of 2021, the bipartisan infrastructure deal was passed by Congress. It was $1.2 trillion that was given to different entities throughout the federal government, one being the FAA, to bolster our transportation system. And it provided $15 billion over the next 5 years for airports. These funds can be used for a myriad of projects, including runways, taxiways, safety, terminal, and airport transit connections and roadway projects. Currently, the FAA estimates there's a backlog of a little under $44 billion in airport improvements that need to be done. So you can see that $15 billion is not going to cover that, but it's a good step in the right direction. So Castroville is going to be entitled to $159,000 of that annually for the next 5 years. That number is going to fluctuate a little bit as the final numbers come out. It's also a typical 90-10 match, just like your block grants for TxDOT. So a little bit about the airport planning process. It's kind of a 4-stage process. We're in stage 1, so that's the planning. Each project that we identify in the planning stage has to go through an environmental clearance. The FAA has a process that we go through to environmentally clear each one of those projects before it's eligible to receive funding. Number 3 would be those projects going to design, and then 4 is finally construction and implementation of those projects. So the culmination of this planning effort is really a recommended plan for the future of the airport. Its primary goal is to address any design deficiencies that might create a safety issue at the airport, maximize opportunity with available airfield property, and then find the best long-term solution for airfield development. I know this map's a little bit hard to see, but I'm going to shift back and forth between this and our CIP so I can show you the projects that we list in the 0 to 5 year range, which is really what we're focused on today. Scott, I may have you use your pointer a little bit. So the first item up there, relocate the AWOS to the west side of the runway. So the AWOS is the Automated Weather Observing System at the airport. Currently, David has some issues with it. It needs repairs. It's reached the end of its useful life. This is how pilots get their weather when they're approaching the field or departing. That's how they determine what the weather is and which runway to use, and if there are any notices that they need to be aware of at the airport. So that's kind of a housekeeping project to get that moved over to the other side of the runway. Currently, it's in an area where airplanes taxi through and park through. It doesn't quite meet safety standards. The wildlife and security fencing. Obviously, wildlife is a big deal to airplanes. It can cause a lot of property and personal injury damage. I know Scott has some videos that are going to be shown.
Well, and we can talk about the cost. So,
Yeah.
when I said we weren't spending millions of dollars imminently, part of what I meant was, like on the $250,000 for AWAS, we're getting 159 a year, and David, who's our airport manager, can speak better to this than I can. But we have certain appropriations the state and the FAA will give to our airport over time. Some of those have matching requirements, like a 90-10, where we have to come up with 10%, and the airport, or the aviation or FAA puts up 90. Some of them are 50-50, so there's also a ramp grant that every airport's entitled to every year, and that's a 50-50 match. It's a much smaller amount. So the way these projects get funded and done is through those funding sources, not the city issuing debt and funding them. So that being the case, it takes years for us to basically build up enough money to do a major project. And one of the ones that we're looking at doing right now is the fence that's on the agenda tonight. You see this amount of $575,000. That's if we were to do it to the FAA standards and use FAA money. So if you take the federal dollars, I think Ms. Wharton spoke truly when she said it's never free. And not only is it never free, but it's frequently more expensive. So we just learned that with the USDA hangar project. Very grateful to them for supporting the airport and certainly with the grant. But the fact of the matter is that building that hangar was more expensive to do it with federal funds than it would have been to do it either certainly privately or if the city had just contracted as a regular project. Now cities typically, we get dinged as well. When we go out for bids for streets or something else, very often, talking to contractors, a city will pay a premium for that business because we require bonding and we want it to be done right, et cetera. Things that you'd expect the common person to be equally concerned about. But either way, cities often pay 50% more at a minimum. So you take the same project and let's say Walmart's building a road to their private or to their new building. That road per linear foot's going to have a cost. A city would build the exact same road to the exact same standards, and we might be charged 1.5 times that, right? And that's kind of at a minimum. Well, if when you do federal projects, it's the same type of things, but it's even worse in some ways because of their regulations of by USA Steel, USA products, et cetera, and then other things that they require. A lot of times that drives up the cost. The materials themselves often don't change that much, but you pay a lot more for them. So tonight you will see a fence project that's on the order of $90,000, not $575,000. And in your packets you have all the documentation with the bids that we've received and the estimates that we have for that project. But that's the reason there's a delta. It's the exact, I just didn't want you to think that there's some other fence project. This is the same one, same amount, same gates. Our solution is going to cost $90,000. If we were to do it through the federal process, it would be more like $575,000. So we're attempting to get this done, and I'll show videos that kind of underscore the importance and the concern that we have, the safety concern we have related to that.
Sure.
Continue.
Thanks. Property acquisition for the existing runway 34 RPZ, and that's the runway protection zone. So that's a trapezoidal area off the end of the runway that protects land. Should an aircraft have an accident in that area, and I'll go back so Scott can highlight that.
So that's this is an RPZ on the northern end, and this is an RPZ on the southern end.
So that the gold area, the smaller RPZ
Right
on the
here.
southern end, is the one that's
right
talked
here.
about in this project. Now, this could be accomplished in several ways. The FAA prefers that you own it outright, however, they don't require it. There is an option to get a navigation easement with the landowner. You could enter into an agreement that says, hey, any use of this, for farming or anything like that, can we enter into some agreement so we can just keep that area clear? The land doesn't change hands. And that's another way of accomplishing that. And really, the only time that would really come into play is if you had a project off the end there where you're grading the RSA or looking for federal funding. The FAA might force the issue on that. But until a project comes up down there, they're probably not going to push very hard on that, so.
So again, and this is where we had, I don't know how many of the council members were present for that meeting, but the folks that own this land were there. They were very concerned that.
They're right here.
You know, when we looked at runway extension, they're like, what are you doing? That's our property. How dare you? And yeah, I tried to speak as candidly as I could that, look, these are long-term plans. We understand you own the land. This could be a project for 20 years from now. It could be something very far in the future when you sold it. We don't know. But it's just a plan on paper. And when it comes time, if you still own the property, we're going to have to deal with you. And we're not trying to get around that. And we certainly aren't trying to force your hand. But it is a desire. We are being very candid and open and honest about the desire the airport has to grow, not by leaps and bounds, never to serve, commercial 737 type traffic. That's not realistic for a small general aviation airport. But there are certain things that would be beneficial to the safety and the continued operation of the airport to make it more viable as far as being able to pay its own way, to see the future development of the west side, et cetera. And these types of projects, whether it's lengthening the runway or widening the runway or moving the AWAS, all of those contribute to the continued viability of the airport, to its ability to function within, if you think about the airspace, the air traffic, we're more or less like a fueling station. We're like a gas station. So right now, we're in a very old gas station. We're in one that's got very, there's no soft serve machine, there's no drinks, there's no hot rollers. We're not the new QT or Circle K on the block. We're very, very old with older equipment, et cetera, so we're not that attractive. But you make these improvements, whether it's an AWAS or doing these other things that the FAA asks of you, and you start to be more appealing to both pilots from a safety perspective, but also from a convenience and for other reasons as well. So that's kind of what the master plan is all about, is how do we make our airport more viable in the future.
Michael? I know that the Joint Base San Antonio, JBSA, has been acquiring these runway protection zones around the military bases, and that we had at one point approved military touch and goes for training purposes here, but they can't because we don't have a full-time fire service. But that's also something that you've shown here. But in the event that we had a full-time fire service, would this be used, if this were to be used by the military, would they be interested in participating in the acquisition of those protection zones?
That's a good question. We dealt with a little bit of this down at Del Rio. The runway, even there, and definitely here, was a little too short for T-38s. They just couldn't operate on it. They were getting a few of the T-6s, the small, two-seat trainers. It's a good question. I couldn't speak to the plans of the DoD.
I'm going to tell you a story answer, probably no.
Yeah,
as much as we
venture to
would
say
like them
no.
to,
Yeah.
it would have to come to a pressing DoD concern where they could justify it to their bosses and said, no, we need readiness and we don't have that ability. We need to be able to do this, and this is an asset where we can spend the least amount of money to get us the most ready. But those only happen in extreme cases, like in times of war when there has to be a base expansion or something else. I see Sheena kind of biting her
Not
tongue.
necessarily,
Yeah.
because what they would be utilizing us for is for these pilots to calculate fuel,
Right.
doing cross-country. When I was stationed in Middle Nowhere, Altus, pilots on their way back down to Shepherd, they would always miscalculate, and they would have to touch down on Altus Air Force Base to refuel. And this is a heavy base, a C-17, C-5s. We really didn't have jet fuel, but we had to have certain amounts set aside because the pilots wouldn't miscalculate.
But the question was,
So
would
this
they
training
yeah.
would be utilized for the students to calculate their fuel and how much they have to have set aside, because they're given a DoD government credit card to pay for said fuel. So that's what this is doing. It's all part of their training out of Randolph.
Yeah, I think they would use if we had a fire
Yes.
apparatus, they would totally use our
Yes.
runway.
Yes.
But I think the question, and I just want to confirm with Paul, the question was, would they be willing to, would they be willing to pay to
You'd be
acquire
surprised what
RPZ?
HTC's doing right now.
Yeah, never say never, but in my experience, getting them to actually fund the acquisition or fund runway expansion,
Off of their own sites.
it would be an extreme case.
I've seen it done, though.
Oh,
It-
all right.
I've
And I
seen
think
it
that
done.
honestly,
I'd love for
it's
it
a
to
moot point.
Yeah.
At this time, yes.
Yeah,
It's absolutely a moot point.
And I think the point for the basis for requiring that really came, I don't know if you saw the news a few years ago at Joint Base Fort Worth when the fighter jet crashed into the houses off the end. So there was actually a study done by a planning firm about 10 years prior to that identified that exact area as a hazard, and sure enough, it ended up happening. So,
that triggered the DOD across the board
Yep.
to purchase land X amount north and south of any and all military runways.
yeah.
The runway gets that close to the airport boundary there on the south side?
Say that again?
On the south side, the RPZ, so he's looking at this right here.
Yeah, so it's the area that's in gold. Blue one is associated with the runway extension, so we're just talking about the area in gold.
Right, but I guess I was thinking, and of course, it's hard to see like the photo. Where's the runway end?
This is the end of our,
Right.
So that's the property line. The runway ends about 600 feet.
Okay.
right here, right?
I thought it was the other.
Yeah.
No, it's good, it's good ways back.
Is the runway here?
Yes.
The end?
Yeah, your pointer's on the end.
Yeah, so the green would be the proposed new. And again, this is not something that's imminent. This is something that we it's about future, it's about whether or not you can attract businesses, manufacturers, others, and what their needs might be. And lengthening the runway is always an aspect. It's always, can we get a 6,000-foot runway? So that's what this would try and accomplish, but it would necessitate extension of the RPZ, not only in the gold area, but all the way out to here. Currently, we have very little, as you can see. That's our property line, and that's the end of the runway. So all of this ideally would be something we'd either have an agreement, a navigation easement. The nice thing about those, as you heard Michael touch on, is that the owner of the property doesn't relinquish ownership. It does restrict what they're able to do on that property, but you compensate them for that. You buy basically the air rights, if you will, to the edge of the runway. And that's something, no conversation I'm aware of has happened with the family about this yet. And partly is because we don't have any money to throw their way. We don't have a pressing need to do this. But were that to arise, that would be something that we'd want to have a conversation about. So that's what all this is.
And the other big project on the 5-year CIP, Scott, if you can point to that taxiway right in the middle that's highlighted in red.
Yeah, so this is the demo, right?
Yeah, so FAA standard states that an aircraft should not be able to taxi from the ramp directly to the runway without making a 90-degree turn. As you can see, that taxiway allows direct access to the runway. This is largely from a safety standpoint. It makes pilots make a 90-degree turn. A lot of times there's a lot of stuff going on in the cockpit. You blow right through the taxiway and you incur the runway while an aircraft is trying to depart or take off unknowingly. There's a lot of those. So the FAA, that's one of their updated standards. So there's two taxiways in blue that are a little hard to see. On either side of that, they kind of split the runway in thirds. Those would be constructed to replace that one taxiway so the aircraft had areas to exit the runway safely. Again, this is kind of a triggering project with the FAA. Should you need to rehab that taxiway that's there currently, that would probably trigger them to say, okay, well, this is a non-standard taxiway, we probably need to go ahead and move it. But until that time, they're
And these are the two proposed new ones, right?
correct.
And they're just off-center from those
Correct.
others.
Yeah.
And if you go back to your estimated costs, this was one of the ones that, going back to the conversation I had earlier about, the difference between federal and whatever, I'm assuming, when I look at these, I'm like, geez, demolishing the existing, just taking it out of service is $371,000. I'm thinking, nah, I can do that a lot cheaper.
So
Give me a backhoe in a couple
the issue with
hours.
taking a taxiway out that's within the runway safety area is that has to be graded to a certain percentage slope to
Yep.
be considered safe for aircraft if they should run off the side of the runway. There's a lot of surveying that goes into that, so that's kind of what.
It's still not $300,000 worth of work, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I look at that, but geez, but that's the cost of involving federal funds. This is another project that potentially we could do for cheaper if we find the funds to do it, right?
Question. Are these 7 projects in any kind of priority order?
Yes, they are.
So
in
this
priority order.
this is the priority that you're showing us?
Yes.
Because we got a total of $795,000 coming in the next 5 years, and you got well over
Well,
$3
that's not the
million
only bank
in
of money.
projects.
That's not the only bank of money that's available to you. The FAA has what's called discretionary funding, which is a broader pool of money where you can go and compete for projects. So they get lists of projects every year, and they go down and say, okay, these competed well, we're going to fund these, and that's above and beyond your grant allocation.
So it's like the DOD. DOD gets projects up-channeled to them, and they pick their, like, top 2 that they said, we're going to send extra money for these.
Right. Yeah, you get a guaranteed set of money that comes to you every year, and that's the amount you're going to get, and then there's available funds beyond that that you can compete for.
Well, and they encourage you, if I'm not mistaken, they encourage you to kind of save up those dollars.
Yes.
So if you don't expend those every year, and you can wait 5 years, basically bank that money, you're more likely to get approval on using the discretionary funds as a match.
Right.
And I don't know why that incentive's in place. I'm sure there's financial reasons why that's in place, but that's how you leverage it. I still don't think there's enough money to do all these, and that's, again, this is a plan. It's kind of like the CIP or anything else. It's just a plan until we figure out how to fund it, and I think our goal would be to knock out whatever we can on our own, if you will, for a lower cost, and then really focus on the ones that we can't afford to do, that we have to use those entitlement funds on.
And that last one down there, the taxiway lighting, that would be a good project, you know, to go out and compete for discretionary funding for. I mean, if you determine that there was a need for taxiway lightings, you've got aircraft that have those wider turning radiuses that are coming in at night and serving, you know, businesses in your area, it could definitely be a project that would compete well for that extra money.
What we need is hog-proof lighting.
Yeah.
That's our real issue.
So question,
Sure.
and David may know our, does FAA level any penalties with not meeting safety standards?
No.
Okay.
But, as I mentioned earlier, if they determined that midfield taxiway was going to need reconstruction, it was unsafe, they would probably say, okay, let's go ahead and move these at this point instead of rehabilitating that taxiway. We know it's a safety deficiency. Let's fix it when we have
Yeah,
the
they start to look,
opportunity.
if you continue spending their money to overdo, like, runway overlays and that kind of thing on things that don't meet their standard, they'll become increasingly difficult to work with, basically.
So if you were to go and ask the FAA for a runway extension and you had 5 or 6 safety items that hadn't been taken care of first, they'd probably say you need to probably prioritize your money in those areas first.
What is MIRL and MIPL?
So MIRL is medium intensity runway lighting. Currently you have just the standard halogen bulbs. That's a fairly inexpensive upgrade that would actually probably end up saving you money with all the hassle and the materials replacing all those halogen light bulbs when they go out. LEDs almost never go out.
Are they hog-proof?
That's
the, I mean,
I don't think anything is hog-proof.
more often than not, the reason we're replacing is because, I mean, am I misspeaking?
It's about $300 a hit for every light they knock over.
Yeah. Yeah. So they go,
To his point, if you did the upgrade to hog-proof, you're looking at the possibility of poured concrete bases, which we don't have.
Right.
It's the upgraded stems, which we don't have. It's the breakovers that are quick standing replace pin. We
Right.
don't have those issues.
so if you did this project, we try to do it in a way that would
Yeah,
be as hog-proof as possible. Is that what I'm hearing?
And I don't think Michael has mentioned it yet, but the runway lights and the AWAS, we did request discretionary funding this year from TxDOT. So we asked, we're going to see if they help us.
On which ones? On the top one and the bottom one?
The top one and the lighting, the runway.
Yes, the AWAS and the upgraded LED on the runway.
This one.
So David got with me, and it never hurts to throw a dart at the wall and see if it sticks with the FAA. There's a lot of competition out there for projects, but you can't get told no if you don't ask.
Right. That's true. Yeah. And that's another reason to do the fence. You're absolutely right. What's that? Yeah.
Can we do like a 3-phase electric fence? And we could have roast pig.
There are some hazards that might be introduced if you did that.
So that's my presentation. If you have any questions, there's my contact info. Of course, David and Scott know how to get a hold of me. please feel free to reach out with any questions, and be glad to answer any more that you have tonight.
So when we talk about funding, I think one of the things that was brought up in the public meeting, we talked about, well, where did all this money come from? All of that FAA money, a lot of it comes from when we travel commercially.
Correct.
We pay taxes and fees that are collected at those airports. And it's, I know there's a certain amount of the fuel tax that we pay.
Yeah, so there's two primary sources that fund the AIP fund, and the problem with airport development today is that the AIP fund hasn't changed from 3.35 billion in 20 years. So the cost of construction has gone through the roof, but the AIP fund hasn't increased. That is funded by two primary ways, and you named them both: the taxes on your airline ticket and the taxes on fuel sales at the airport. So basically what that means is if you're not using the aviation system, your tax dollars aren't paying for these improvements. Those are being funded by people who are flying on the airlines or buying avgas and jet fuel. That's how those are being funded.
So, it's money that is available to us. It does not come from our own taxpayers, largely speaking, unless you're a person that flies commercially regularly. And it's ways to improve our airport to make it, again, hopefully in the long term, more self-sufficient.
One last question on your drawing. There was an item called replace the PAPI-2L with a PAPI-4L. I have no idea what those items are.
So PAPIs are precision approach path indicators. So when we're coming in on glide slope, that's what we're looking for on a
So it's navigation aid.
Correct.
What number is that?
You'll see them on the video that he does in the evening.
Yeah.
Okay.
The white and red dot on the left-hand side of the runway, that will be.
Tells you
two
you're
reds as
on
you
your
advance.
flight path.
Yeah.
Up and down.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's like paddles on an aircraft carrier?
Yeah.
Okay.
So those would be obviously coinciding. If you did extend the runway, you probably want to upgrade those. Two light PAPIs just aren't seen very much anymore. The new LED 4 lights are the standard.
Okay, that's what.
And again, that's
2L
mainly
is.
for maintenance purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And one other comment I want to make while you have this image up. You look at a lot of those new buildings, and the concept is that most of those new buildings will be commercial in nature and built by a developer. So I've only been here for 2 years, but in my short tenure with Castroville, we've had a number of looks at people who either are looking at expanding their manufacturing, so they're either doing rotor or fixed wing manufacturing, building small planes or helicopters, or the big new thing is drones. Or they're looking to get the hell out of Dodge when it comes to California. So they're manufacturers in California that are looking elsewhere. And so we've had a number of those looks, and they've all the ones that we've had a look at have been a really, really good fit for the airport, because they wouldn't greatly increase the amount of air traffic or concern to the community, but they would actually provide a level of viability to the airport where the airport really could, we're going to talk about this in a little bit, sustain itself. Right now, there's very little for the airport to do that, because again, if you look at it, if you think about it, I don't know if this metaphor works for everybody, but if you think about it as a network of filling stations in the air, we're in a 1950s era filling station, more or less. Now, I don't want to undermine the good work that the folks at the tenants of the airport have done. They've done a lot to do their best to improve it, but it's still a very old airport with very old hangars, and it's not very modernized. There's a lot of issues with it. The runway's not very wide. It's not very long. So we don't get as much traffic or interest. So those development opportunities that I mentioned earlier, none of them have worked out or panned out. Largely because we aren't ideal in the state that we're at right now. And so some improvement would be desired if we can figure out a way to fund it.
Other questions?
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Before we go, thank you. Go back to that, will you? So I wanted,
map?
go back to the map. So a couple of things. One, and this was about the question about the pipe dream question. If you look at number 4 up there, that is city property, and council has not approved that. This is really more of a comment in reaction to that.
I didn't understand what you said.
So-
It doesn't belong to the airport, that belongs to the city
Right.
of Castroville.
Again, this is aspirational. This is what the airport is asking for. I think it's a little bit, I think we need to be very careful about putting this stuff out. I know that there's been a lot of time and effort put into this, and I really appreciate what you've done with this. I think that we've got to be careful about putting things on our short-term plan without having the discussions, especially when it comes to land ownership. So to have one of the top 3 priorities without talking to a property owner, I think it's best. And this is to allay the fears of people that you're going to go and try and take that. I look at that as a 3rd priority. I think we just need to be really careful about doing that. And the same thing with the city property. They're just things to continue to build trust. So we need to be careful about that. The other thing,
What do those numbers designate?
they're down on the bottom right. Those
aren't in any order of
Priority?
Yeah, those are, I'm sorry, those are property easement, what does that say, deficiencies?
correct.
Yeah, so those aren't priorities. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, those
They're
aren't listed.
deficiencies, and we have talked about doing a swap between the city and the non-aeronautical, like the gray area.
Yeah.
And again, it wasn't, so,
I
and
was
this is a
thinking-
law, this is a 25-year plan, so that's not saying, I just want to be very, very clear for you and for the public, that's not saying that 4 is happening immediately. That, not at all.
I know.
All that's saying is recognizing that's a deficiency for the
gonna call you
ultimate
out.
utilization of the airport.
Let's go back to the priorities then. My point is, the 3rd priority on here has had no conversation with the property owner about that, so I just think that we need to be careful about putting this on, again, the optics of this is not good. This is on a 0 to 5-year plan. It is our 3rd priority, and nobody's had a conversation
Well,
with the
all of these are identified safety risks by the FAA, so if we don't put it on there, the FAA is going to say, why isn't it on there? That, I also be clear about that.
And if we don't put it on there, we're not doing our due diligence.
So go back to the map, and I'll explain, because you bring up a very fair point. So I want to be clear, kind of what we're saying is, look, right now, this is what we own, and that's the end of that airport, and so the RPZ, just imagine this was all in gold right here, that's our existing RPZ. It cuts off at that red line. The FAA is hyper aware of that. They know, and their preference is that we own this RPZ. But I'm going to say this as well, and I don't think I've mentioned this before in a public meeting. You know, I've presided over several airports now, and this is the first one that I've been a part of where we owned the RPZ on one end. Almost, in my experience, almost every GA doesn't own their RPZ. So this is a real problem. So I don't want y'all to think that, oh my God, you know, FAA said this is a safety issue. We got to fix this right away. We put it on there because the FAA is hyper aware of it. But just to put it in context, the broader context of other airports and what they're struggling with, most GA airports don't own any of their RPZ. We own the northern end, and that's been very beneficial to us. So don't feel like because it's either on the list or because, well, the FAA recognized safety standard is something we have to remedy immediately. In an ideal world, would we own it? Absolutely. Or at a minimum, have a navigation easement over it. But neither of those things have caused an airport to be closed. And that's kind of the lens that I utilize to advise you all on whether something's really important, you know, or something is a high priority is, well, how likely is this thing to create a major public concern for safety or a lead to closure or inoperability of the airport? And the RPZ is, like, on that list, that's the lowest tiered item.
So when we submit the final AOP for approval with the FAA, if we did not list that as a deficiency, it wouldn't get approved.
Totally understand.
Yeah.
My point is really, this is about communication, and this is not on you, this is on us. This
I'm
is,
glad you brought it up, because I hadn't shared that, so that was, yeah, that's
No,
good.
and that's great
what we're trying to
information.
do
I
is
just,
create dialogue about it. Yeah.
it's about building community trust, about making sure that people understand what we're looking at, telling them, I think that people would rather hear that before we talk about it on a publication than afterward, so.
Well, we have
this is-
this issues, we did have public meetings where these could have been discussed, and anybody who had a concern was welcome to attend, but it's like, I mean, that's the whole struggle with public dialogue, is that people don't care until they do, and they don't care until they're in a meeting like this, like, wait a minute, what is that, right? So,
Understand, this is
Yeah.
not disparaging staff at all.
I know.
Because we have an amazing staff, we have an amazing airport manager, we have a great airport. This is just one of those opportunities that I feel like we have to do even better about communities.
Hopefully this conversation helps, because again, I think it brought to light something that I hadn't shared with you all, and that's that RPZ ownership issue, and put it in context for you, because I don't think we've talked about that, and that's very important to communicate, both to you all and to the public, that this is a, wish we had it, but it's not a, we have to have it.
I just want to drive one more point really quickly, and then I'm going to shut up. Will you go to your email? I emailed you a link. And this is to the thoroughfare plan from 2016 that we're in the process of updating. I just want to give you an example. This is on our website. This is in our comprehensive, it's one of the items in our comprehensive plan, and it just talks about the thoroughfare plan.
So you're saying it's germane to the current conversation? You don't have to
Yes,
worry about-
it is germane to the current conversation because it demonstrates these are planning efforts. They are aspirational. They are things that if somebody sells, you would want to know if you have property in that area, if you decide you want to sell, that this is what the city's plan is, and if you don't, then we're not doing anything.
Well, this is kind of what I was referencing earlier. Like, these are lines on a map, very much like what that plan is. It'll come up in a second, hopefully. Let's see. I shouldn't have to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Scott, if they don't have any more questions for Michael, he's got to catch the plane in San Antonio.
Okay, you all good?
You didn't fly in here?
Unfortunately, no.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very
Thank
much.
you.
Any questions, please
All right,
reach out.
safe travels.
Appreciate you being here tonight.
Hopefully you're not.
Thank you for your taxes, paying for our stuff.
Okay, this is what you asked for.
Yeah, just zoom up on that a little bit. If you look at the arterial, there you go.
Talk about this.
If you look at, in context, you can see the airport to the right of one of those blue thoroughfare lines.
This is the...
If you look at the very bottom, these are major thoroughfares, and that goes directly through,
that same property.
yeah, Anna, that goes through your property. We're not trying to take that from you. I just wanted to point this out. You can see where it goes through different people's properties, and this is from 2016. We do this all the time. It is aspirational. This is what we'd like to see. Is it possible? Is it doable? We don't know. But if we don't have something on there, then you don't know what our wishes
Well,
are.
and the concept is that as you grow, as the community grows, as development hits, you have to have some kind of plan on
Right.
how to deal with that, and that's all this is. It doesn't mean, in fact, what I generally tell people is the one thing you can guarantee when you look at a plan, either that airport plan or this one, is that it's not going to happen the way it's laid out, because that's planning. Planning is just a process, and then when you go into execution, you revise your plan and mold it, so, all right.
Great. All right, thank you.
And it's very generalized, I'll also say. It doesn't take a whole lot of stuff into considerations.
Right.
The aspirational plan.
That's the aspirational, right.
Starts from that point.
Next item, discussion and appropriate action on approving the airport fencing project. Now, we have some additional details on this. Let's go into those first.
Which one is this one? What are we on? Oh, yeah, fencing.
11?
So, yeah, the first thing I want to show you is just, and this is really just to kind of, yeah, I'll blow this up too, so it'll be a little bit larger. I have 4 videos to share with you. They're not very long. I don't have popcorn, so we won't need it. But these are illustrative of something that is a regular occurrence at the airport, and I'm grateful to the pilots that captured these, because, again, even in my position, it's just difficult to understand why this is such a big issue and why it's a safety concern for them and should be a safety concern for us as well. So these first 2 videos are the same group of people. It's actually our skydiving group, which we know is very active out there. You'll see in the first video, they're getting ready to take off, and they're spotlighting, they've got a light, and they're spotlighting deer. And then the next video is also from them, and what they've done is they thought they chased off all the deer. They went and put the plane in the hangar, got in a truck, drove down to the south end to make sure that it was actually safe to take off, and they found the herd of deer that they chased off his back. So that's what these 2 videos illustrate, and they're not very long. You can see they're 17 seconds. So this is the first one. There's no sound, and I think I wanted to do that.
Yep.
So you can see there's the deer. Yeah, you can see my.
Here it comes.
So they're on the north end of the airport at this point. They're waiting. They're kind of on that upper leg, and then that's the runway straight ahead beyond that light. And these are the red and white lights that.
Wait till you play that one more.
Yeah. Okay. That David mentioned earlier. Here you go.
Oh, hello.
And so this is the same group, they're not in a plane anymore, now they're out just trying to identify whether the herd was actually chased off.
And they're in the south end of the airport, which is already fenced.
Right, yeah. And you can see the size of the herd. We've had herds of 60 or 70, and I don't know that there's been, I mean, there easily could be more than that, but I personally have seen herds of 60 to 70 deer running across those fields.
I see them through my backyard all the time.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of them are getting displaced because of the construction that's happening.
Yeah, the big issue is construction in the north. I think that's created quite a bit more activity. So those are these two videos, and I wanted to show you, this next one is a little more impactful, at least for me, because it was taken from a plane that was actually trying to take off. And so I want to...
This is the skydive plane. This was New Year's Eve, the New Year's Eve skydive jump. I'll point the Pappy's out on the left. Those two white lights on the left, those are the Pappy's. You see they changed to two red, right?
Yep.
About 23 seconds is when you see them. See the deer right there?
That's one.
And they're...
Like 5 of them.
Yeah, so it comes in real clear. So you only see one run across, but there's several others that are right next to the runway as they approach.
In case you're wondering, those are our halogen lights that are lighting the road.
Yeah, that's that one, and then I had this other one pulled up.
So the Pappy's just visible. If you're in the right place, it's white. If you're too low, it's red. If you're too high, it's
So there's a bunch of deer off the right.
He aborted that takeoff and had to circle back around.
That's it. Like I said, for me personally, just seeing those videos was helpful to kind of put it in context. And I'll turn it back over to you.
Did we have further discussion from our attorney?
Yeah, I don't, did we decide we want to do that here or in closed session?
So any advice I would give y'all, would be better to have it in closed session.
I got one question, and David will understand what I'm talking about. Our former military bases that are now city, are they allowed to have BASH programs?
BASH is funded strictly by the military.
Okay.
Since we're talking about deer, there's several people, deer and hog, that want to hunt, but we have the ordinance that says you can't discharge a weapon in city limits.
Right.
We semi-qualify for a depredation permit. It's $250 application from us. We can hunt them. The issue that I'm having right now is finding hunters that are willing to be on the list, that are understanding of the surrounding area and the weapon that they can use to not impact the community, and then finding a food bank that's willing to take that large amount of meat.
And what the BASH program is out at the military bases on the runways, they set off cannons or loud bangs to chase the wildlife away from the runways. And it's very, very effective. So I just didn't
I think it
know-
stands for Bird Airstrike Hazards.
Well, it's not just for birds though, too.
Right.
My neighbors are all the way from the
Yeah, because
What is that?
they're very effective.
Effective, but disruptive.
Yeah, the propane cannons are very loud.
Yeah, you can hear them from miles.
Yeah.
I understand that, but, I mean.
I missed that. I was thinking you were talking about guns. I'm like, I don't think
So,
that's...
no, we're
no.
talking about,
Yeah, no.
actually eradicating, but part of the BASH program, they use what's called a propane cannon. So to fill a tube, they'll ignite it, it'll make an extremely loud noise.
Boom, and all wildlife around, no matter if it's bird, I've seen bear run from it, moose run from
Oh, yeah,
it,
that scares
all of
everything.
that. and they all clear the area.
PTSD is really fun.
First cattle, horses, everything else like
I understand, I'm just trying to think of, because in a way,
Once they get used to it, they don't think.
right, because until we get the fence up, we could be seen as liable for any damage,
It's not pork. I know. Oh, you're hungry.
but I'll just leave it there.
Thanks. All right, so let's wait until after executive session to discuss that one. Next item, we have updates on marketing and tourism from Tourism Development Director Darren Ham.
What about the fence? Was that? We just skip the fence thing?
We're going to put that off until after discussion with the attorney.
Can you guys see that okay? You guys good? All right. And there's some of these, if you're interested in seeing, there's some of these. One of those. All right. Hi there. Hey.
Hey.
It's good to see you. Thanks for having me. It's good to stand in front of you again. Oh, I think yeah. What you have in front of you is basically, it's divided differently, but last summer, when I stood before the city council, this is what I presented to you. On the left-hand side, the first 6 months, at the very top there, that gives you identity system, video for business and tourism, redesigning materials and developing social media. Those were the first 6 month tasks that I said that I'd be working on. And if you look at the list there, and if you've seen that, I just wanted to give you an idea of all the different people within the community and the surrounding area that I've been talking to, that I went initially and went and talked to, presented ideas to, got feedback from, met with to try to better understand the community. And if you look at that list below there, it shows you some of the things that came out of that first 6 months. We tried to bring clarity to our city logo so that there's something that can be hopefully more consistent. There are tourism documents that now are throughout the city and the area. We're mailing those to visitor centers across the state. One of the other areas that we were identified working with people was promotion for tours. And actually I brought just a couple of things to show you so you would get an idea, because these are things that maybe you've never seen before. Items that have been produced to help promote Castroville to local tour groups. And so we've been mailing out packets, really just a couple letters, but then some of the other things, to local retirement communities and tour groups. And actually Priscilla brought information to me as she sat down. She said that we've already had a call from one of those mailers to set up a tour to come bring a group to Castroville. And so we just sent 10 of them out, and we already have one respond. And that's a pretty good response rate on your direct mail.
10%?
1 to 2% is considered good.
As I said, we were already saying for 2.
So, there you go. Anyway, so that was kind of fun to get that information before I got up here. But that, I also I think it's important in that and many things that we've accomplished and done so far, it's all because of talking to people like Priscilla who are passionate about the community, that care about what's taking place, and working with them and meeting with them and getting ideas. And then she helped write that. She asked me, I think she was trying to torture me. She said, would you write it first? And I wrote this really long thing. It was like Gone with the Wind. It was teary. I mean, you would have just loved it. And she said, that's way too much information. How about this? And so we simplified it down. But I just think that the idea that I want to make sure is understood is that comes from working with people within the community who I've been meeting with. And then I feel like it's also understanding what is needed. And then I love, again, being able to say we're seeing results from that. We're seeing people raise their hand. So that's kind of the first part. And so we've also done clothing and promotional material, and I feel like that's going really well. If you go to All Local, you'll be able to find hats, you'll be able to find t-shirts, there's mugs, there's other things that represent Castroville. I know that the hats have been going very well. She asked me for another order of those. And again, we don't have it in a lot of places. The rationale behind that is to keep it exclusive, to keep it kind of in touristy places, so not everybody. We've had other people who have asked about it, and I said if they want to bring our product in, we can talk to them about it. So I'm not saying no to anyone, but I do think that that's the kind of a grouping of people that we went to start with. Does that, if that makes sense? And if you have any thoughts on that or questions, go ahead and ask, or suggestions of other places to go. But I've kind of left it out there. We've had other people who've said, hey, can I have that? And I said, sure, if you'd like to, let's work on it. They've just never come to me. They've never sat down and said, or emailed me or contacted me. So The next 12 months, you see that next area is in event development, economic development training, event support, developing a prospectus, building relationships with San Antonio, and then working with boards, volunteers, and parks. I will say this, I probably have not done real well with working with boards, volunteers, and parks, but I do believe I have 6 months, so I'm going to make that happen, okay? But anyway,
Yeah,
and
so-
then you have below that, what's that?
You did say 6 months ago, right? So you've
6 months, this is the next.
I'll be honest, not that you're taxing or anything like that, but I forget that you've only been here 6 months. And I think part of that's due to just how much you've accomplished and how much has been done. I honestly, I forget.
You're crushing the ending of it.
I'm just saying, I always forget that you've only been here less than a
Jumping in,
year.
you're crushing my ending. I was going to say 8 months. I've been here for 8 months.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm sorry. All right.
Never
And
give
then,
him praise again.
if you look down there, continuing to meet with key stakeholders. I've expanded that radius of meeting people. There's a lot of people there. ACOG is a great resource. Obviously, everybody else knows it much better than I do. I'm learning and building those relationships and developing those with people within the city of San Antonio, and recommendations from people like Arnie saying the UTSA are people who are important, so reaching out to meet those because of those suggestions that were made, and those kind of things at next group. I do have to say that I was supposed to meet with Scott from Castroville State Bank, but then we had to cancel it, and I realized as I was coming in, like, oh, I didn't delete that from people I've met with, so that one, I haven't had that opportunity. But I have been meeting with realtors and other people, bank people within the community. We've been trying to develop another thing I'll just send around, we're working on. And again, getting feedback, working with people within the city and people who are interested, and trying to develop something to help promote small business development in the city of Castroville. Also, I have training that I'll be going on to with Scott, and you can kind of see some of the lists down there. But working to say, hey, and so like Shannon is someone, a realtor that, you know, the realtor, she's really good about saying, hey, what do you think about this? So I showed her some stuff and she said, well, what about this? What about that? And then I met with Aaron from the bank and those kind of people, and they said, well, what about this? What about that? And so still working on it, and you have feedback, and I'll give it to you, and you can give me your thoughts to work on it, to continue to develop it. That's kind of the idea. What can we do to show people? And then what I'm also working on is developing our website. I started to dive into our economic development part, making sure that is out there on the internet, so people who come and look about Castroville and have questions, they're going to be able to find it on our city website. And so that's a part of what I'm working on as well. We have a video that's showing right now. We did a video for the city, and that has produced excellent results, I believe. You look over at the number of people in the last, since November, the number of feeds that have seen and have been introduced or reminded of Castroville is over 260,000 times.
Have you all seen the video? Have you seen the video he's referring to?
I believe we showed it in November. Yeah.
Okay.
Where you went into the different houses.
I think we showed that in November. And just to be aware as well, so then we've also went away and created one that's just hotel specific. And so I built a page on our city website where people can come and click from that video, and then they can pick from our hotel or for our short-term rental properties or the bed and breakfast, and they can just click and decide which they want to go to. And we're averaging, it's only been up for 5 days, we've already had 150 people who've clicked on that to find out more information about hotel stays here. And we're also working with Hamare, which has changed its name, and we're actually in the middle of rolling out the place where our short-term rentals can go online and streamline our ability to get those taxes and making sure that we're collecting those. And so I have a phone call next week. We'll go over the website. They've been testing it. And so within the next 2 weeks, we'll have letters that will go out to all of our short-term rental people to make sure that they're aware of what needs to take place so that we're collecting those taxes. Hopefully help it make it easier for them and also benefit the city. And so I'll take a breath and continue on. And then so we're also using social media and targeted marketing to help with local events. Fiorella Friday is coming up this Friday, and we are helping that group of people promote that event. And so we have If you come out, Friday you'll see all the different things that we're trying to add to bring value, to bring more people into the area. And we'll be doing some targeted marketing with that as well. So if you come and see that. And then also, I've been helping to target the Tour de Castroville to get more people signed up for that. And I will say that I know that over 100, I think it's 110, I haven't checked this week, but I know 110 people have signed up for the event. And if you look at that from last year, that's a 300% increase in signups.
At this same time period.
At the same time from last year. So I hope that it will be beneficial. We've also been running some promotions to get people aware of the Alsatian Festival of Texas, another important event in our city, and we've been seeing good results with that promotion as well.
Late breaking news, the county judge is going to play at the Alsatian Festival.
There you go. So I just want to make sure that, what is that liqueur that you add to the beer, as long as that's going to be there, right? At the festival.
Beer?
You have to put something in the beer, right?
The cone.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, so those are all of the things, and then we also are working on the city website, the newsletter. We need to work on news releases as well. I have a project that I'm working on to get that going, and I haven't got it to a place where I would reveal. But when I meet with people and again get feedback, I get good feedback on what we're trying to accomplish. So I feel good about, and I would say yes. I would say all of this has taken place in 8 months. Yes, I would say that. And so, and I guess would say on the Alsatian Festival, the number about 8,000 people have been reached with that.
So if we want to think about this is a roadmap. You know, the part on the left is where we've been. That's what we've accomplished in a short amount of time that Mr. Ham's been with us. And the middle and the right is what he's working on presently, and kind of the middle is where we're headed. These are the things that we're going to focus on, and this is based on the council's direction. It's based on conversations with the mayor. It's based on conversations with the Economic Development Corporation and its members to kind of guide, okay, what's most important? What do we need to focus on first? So I think part of this is also, it's not just a presentation about what he's done, but also an opportunity for us to give feedback and say, okay, are we still in alignment? Are these still the things that matter? Is this still what's most important? And is this the right time frame to try to accomplish these things in? Now, it's only 12 months. There's certainly a lot more on the list. If you look out at 24 or 36, I mean, we've got a plan, and those items are still there.
Have you engaged with DLI out at Lackland? They have the foreign students that are there for schooling, and they're always looking for things for them to do on weekends. They bus them up to Fredericksburg.
Okay.
So that's one thing. And then also with the Wounded Warrior, they're always looking for stuff and the Wounded Warrior participate in Tour de Castroville every year. So just a couple of organizations there to reach out to. Also the American Legion here.
Okay, well, and we are working with them on Furel Friday, so yeah.
Do you have contacts for this?
For
Unlikely.
For DLI, no, I don't know who's in charge of DLI right anymore. The Defense Learning Institute is the what DLI stands for, and then Wounded Warrior I know is out at Fort Sam. That's where they hub out of. So, but I don't have a POC. I'll look and see if I can find out and send it to you.
That'd be perfect.
But
And we can work through our folks over at ACOG to do that as well.
yeah, that way we pull it in. So.
Okay. Questions, comments?
I forget, I think I've mentioned to you, but I'd like to arrange a workshop with Darren and bring the chamber and some of the people in your list, Pat and Arnie, and let's get together and throw ideas and then give you additional tools to use in your toolbox to go after. And does that make sense? Because,
Yeah.
I think it needs to be more than what we get at it, but I think there's a lot of very expertise people in this community that can assist you in giving you additional tools to go after.
We were supposed to have met with just me and Arnie and Pat and the mayor and Darren last week. I got sick and wasn't able to do that meeting. That was on Wednesday. And after that, I know the mayor gave some feedback to Darren about, one, including you, and two, reaching out to maybe the chamber, but I would just caution not to make it too big, not to have too big of a group, especially if we're focusing on a specific set of goals. But yeah, I think that's a meeting that we want to get on the books as well.
Yeah, I think about that as it's almost like a town hall.
See, I think
And I'm
the
not
town
saying,
hall is too big.
hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not saying, well, our town halls have been pretty decent, but it's, okay, it's like a history happy hour. It's bringing people that enjoy this, that they have some passion for it, they have some expertise in it, and, I mean, I don't think that there's an issue with bringing in a couple of dozen people, just to do some brainstorming. This is not giving direction, like, in terms of, this group is not the forcing mechanism, but it's a great collaboration with the community, because these people have been here for a long time, and they've had experience, and they are definitely stakeholders.
I'm all about collaboration. The feedback that I've received up to today has been more pointed towards specific goal setting. Here's something we want you to do, this, not that. And if that's the level of direction, and you just said it wasn't, but that's in direct contradiction to what I've witnessed. So my concern would be, let's make sure that if we have that meeting, which is fine, that we understand what is the aim and objective of that meeting. If it's just to get a bunch of ideas about, hey, let's talk about tourism, let's talk about where we're headed in 5, 10, 15 years as a city, and how do we do tourism here, and what should we brag about, and what things are we missing, and here's the stuff we put together, what do you think of that? All on board, let's do that, right? But if the goal is to try and narrow it down to a list of activities like this has been done, this has been done in conjunction with the EDC, with you all, to get a refined scope of here's what we're going to focus on.
Right.
If that were the goal, I would say, no, let's keep it a small group. But yeah, a larger group, so is that more in line with what you're saying?
It's
Like,
great.
let's do that?
So look at the list of people that are on here. That is not a small list.
No.
Those have been individual one-on-ones. I think that there are times that you get together and you have groupthink. We just sitting here, you got 2 more leads that you
Yes.
put them, you prioritize them, you say this is within the scope of it. So it's sitting down with people and brainstorming. I think you've been doing it already.
Yeah, and that's where I would say that there's people who I've offered to have conversations with as well.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I've made myself available to people that wanted to talk. I do think sometimes there's people I don't know who would like to talk, because I don't know them, and then it's hard for me to know.
Well, let's get a list
who's
together if we
So-
think that should be, and
Yeah.
set a date.
Because everyone that I've been asked to meet, I feel like I've tried to meet with all those people.
Oh, yeah,
So
absolutely.
if you throw, and I've had some more names given out to me today and some meetings with people, and I'm like, I'll go meet them. Just tell me who they are, and if you give me contact information, I'll track them down.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get something
Feedback is
scheduled.
good. I like, I mean, like I said, I hope I show that most of everything that we've worked on is really based on feedback, so. Okay?
Questions, comments?
I don't have any, except say great job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman Dyer?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
See you here around Friday.
All right, next item is discussion and appropriate action on site selection for a new restroom and improvements to the surrounding area at Regional Park. Now, I did email that out. Deborah had gotten that and had a problem with printing it, so I emailed it to each one of you. But I think that, Scott, you have it, you're going to show?
I think I don't know. Do you have the illustration?
I believe that was related to Lions March.
Right, it was Lions
Oh,
Park.
sorry, no, that was Lions
Not
Park.
this
You're right,
one.
you're right.
Okay.
This all came out, I think.
Because in the packet, there's a drawing for regional.
Yes, and that's
You
the
are right.
information we
Yep,
there
it
have
is.
out.
Should be the last 2 pages of that. No, pass that, go the other way.
Yeah. Do you know about what page it's on?
You going? There you go.
It's one of the last,
78.
Okay.
It starts 86, 87. There's 2 of them.
Playground is before that.
This is in your before. So it should be before.
No.
before this.
No, it's item 13.
Above that.
Keep going.
Keep
Should be
going.
ready to do that.
Control
I have
F.
to I have to open it up. He said it's before this, right?
It's before this, yeah.
Yeah, keep going.
Give me one second.
There's one,
This one?
there's one above it.
Okay.
There you go.
There you go.
The playground equipment's above that.
Yep.
Teamwork. What? Keep going up? Okay. Where do I stop? Are you wanting to see that? Yeah, yeah, this is the item. But I think what they want to see is the pictures. Always. Right?
The map?
I think there's two of the same thing in there, I didn't realize that.
Okay. Yeah, there's two.
There's two of the drawings, there's something right past that. I pulled it on the hard copies just to draw that.
This is item 13.
Correct.
I'm here if y'all have any questions, but basically with this item, with the purchase of the new restroom, which was done in September due to some pricing increases, we're getting close to the deadline. I believe we've been approved by the state of Texas for the drawings. They have to submit them each time, and so now the next one is the prefab exactly the way that we want, and then we're usually given a little less than 20 days notice that it's on its way. So we really need to get an idea on where the location is, because it can be $7,000 to $10,000 to move the building afterwards if we don't have a location selected.
Can you go to where the building location is?
Yep.
Yeah.
Option 1 or option 2?
Yep.
So what are the pros and cons?
The pros and cons of the building, the location.
The options.
So I threw together two options. I believe the letter that Scott had been talking about was from Patrick Connor and the board, but we took the item to them after the feedback that we'd received on the site plan, and they submitted or they voted towards the removal of the bathroom, but I provided a site plan that would work for both of them. I respect whatever decision the council decides. I just sort of need to get some movement on it so that we don't
So
end
the
up having...
recommendation from the Parks Board that's included with this packet, is it in here?
I don't think so.
I don't, I think, yeah,
Maybe it was an email.
I did not include it.
I want to say I forwarded it so before the Parks Board met, Patrick generated that letter because he's out of town, and I forwarded it to you all just for context, to let you know it's coming up at the Parks Board meeting. You heard Councilman Dyer speak about his notes from that meeting. The ultimate outcome of that meeting, which I also attended, was that the Parks Board recommended demolition of the existing bathroom. And for staff, the issue is we've got the Parks Board that's made that recommendation, and we've got council that said, no, we want to keep it and leave it there, and maybe we'll rehab it at some point in the future or remodel it. So we're looking for direction from council tonight. This would have been on consent, but for the issue with this bathroom. Do we demolish it? That's what the Parks Board is recommending, and preserve the stone off the side of it? Or do you leave it standing and choose an alternate location? So that's what these two site plans are.
Yeah.
And the trade-off is in the amount of parking.
Is what?
Well, I think the biggest impact, so this is keeping the building,
Yes.
and the other one is losing it.
Yeah, option one. What does this yellow box represent?
It's the location of the restroom.
Oh, the new restroom.
The new one or that.
But this would be demolished, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so the red box is on it because in this plan, the new restroom goes here, this gets demolished, and this gets turned into what? Parking? Yeah.
And then
And this would be the shape of the parking lot, right?
Yeah,
Or of the
it
parking
just shows
space.
the imprint change. I included a sidewalk design or layout for this just due to the fact that one of the main issues with this restroom is the amount of traffic that brings in crud, and it's one of our largest complaints. So I try to show it how we can integrate these and keep it around.
Okay, so that's your two options. I don't know, what other questions you have?
So
Mayor, you were kind of...
Option 2 is keeping the old bathroom facility.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Right. And if you look at it, honestly, if we don't listen to our boards and commissions who are firmly vested in this and they explore it, they're going to quit talking to us, right? they've looked at this, and especially because of our discussion last time, they did look at it to see if it was viable. They looked at it to see if there was a way. I think Patrick said specifically, he said, I'm not in favor of tearing anything down, but once it reaches its useful lifespan and we're trying to do the most with the money that we have, then it is the best bet.
And somewhere, I remember in one of your fees related to this, you thought it would cost, and correct me, $70,000 to fix up the bathroom, but you said you could leave it like it is, but to demolish it was only $4,000, and include salvaging the rock off the outside?
It was a little less than 7,000 to salvage, and then I had reached out, I hadn't been given direction on what you would want in a remodel, but to remodel it and add ADA accessibility, you'd have to remove the walls, so you're creating the whole issue where we're going to have to basically rebuild the whole thing from scratch, because none of the bathrooms are wide
That's
enough.
why it's as expensive as it was.
Yes.
We looked at it only as if it's a bathroom. If you try to turn it into like a storage, you're still gonna have to put a roof on it. Because it's not, the roof doesn't fully cover it.
I
We
guess
did
if
not
you-
look at what that cost was.
Yeah, as you notice, I'm not in favor of tearing it down, but if you were to take option 2 and build a new bathroom, and then a year from now, or 2 years from now, you decide to take the bathroom out, then it's not gonna cost you any more money to take it out then than now.
I would agree with that, yeah.
Right. Yeah, so I would say, and then I still have this problem, is that we have more and more people using the park, and we're not gaining any bathrooms, we're not gaining any facilities with the new building over what we have right now. Yes, they're nicer, they're all ADA, but there's no more. So why don't we build the new one, leave the existing one, no renovations to it, just minor little fix-ups. Don't have to turn it into ADA, we already have the ADA right there. And then if we make, okay, well, no, it really needs to come out.
Leave it in use, though?
Do what?
Leave it in use?
Leave it in use, as it is.
Is there a threshold at which point you have to make it ADA compliant?
Yeah, if we remodel that, it needs to be ADA compliant.
A certain percentage of the building.
Yeah, usually it's
If we're not
50%.
remodeling it, we're not doing anything.
No, yeah, he's asking that question, so short answer is yeah. If you were to, I don't even know that we can replace the toilets in there because of the way they're aligned, right?
Any structural changes, the replacement of the bathroom commodes isn't affected, but if we were to move one wall out or something, then
You
yeah.
have to make it ADA
You
compliant.
triggered- you
So
triggered
our concern is simply from a maintenance standpoint. We've had a lot of complaints about these bathrooms and keeping them maintained. And they're more costly to maintain because they are not designed for efficient maintenance, right? They're easily vandalized. They're easily broken. The new bathrooms, which there's an example of at Lions Park, are much more vandal-proof, much less likely to be damaged and that sort of thing. So that concern that I would have, I would be much happier with just mothballing it and closing it off entirely and saying, okay, we're not going to use it, and then we'll decide what we're going to do with it in the future, demolish it or put a roof on it and make it storage. I think that's really kind of your two options. But
What can we do?
keeping it as
Baby
bathrooms, my concern in doing that is simply that you're prolonging this cost and concern that we have about the adequacy of those bathrooms and the.
Well, so I want to point this out. 1 second, I'm going to get directly to you. So this is a great opportunity to point out the fact that when you have these things that come up, we know they're coming back, what would have been really great is for you to reach out to the Parks and Rec Department to talk to them directly. They had a meeting about this already, so I would like to hear from the person who was actually at that meeting. I think these are things that you should, if you're passionate about it, if you have strong feelings about it, strong opinions, you need to show up to the meetings.
Well, I listened to the meeting. It's my belief there's no support except for a small amount from Patrick, but from the rest of the members of the board, they want that building torn down. They want it torn down now, and they want to save the exterior rock for possible reuse. I know they're going to come in at another time, and my question to you is, when are you going to ask for another bathroom for for the regional park?
It was, well, I mean, we had done
Where in the plan is it?
a new restroom replacement.
No, another one. Because you've already said numerous times, if we tear the old one down, this is not going to be enough forever.
Yeah.
So are you going to come in here later this year and want to spend another $72,000 for another bathroom?
No, sir. I will follow the CIP plan and our Parks Master Plan, which the next one was marked for 26 or 27.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's in the Parks Master Plan, so if you look at their table at the very back, or in that condensed version that she gave you, the little notebook that she gave us all at the last meeting.
And I agree
Helen-
with the mayor
Yeah.
that we should listen to our advisors if we can. I'm not comfortable that we've really explored that building. My personal recommendation to them would be to padlock it and forget about it. And let's just leave it alone and don't do anything with it. See how the new ones work out. We got 2 new ones, 2 parks with new bathrooms, all ADA compliant. Let's see how they work for a year. I'm worried more about cleaning them, to be honest with you. I can't get the mayor to put it on the agenda. I want to talk about it, but I'm more worried about that than I am about having enough restrooms. So my advice to the council is, I think we should say to the board, the current policy is preserve the old building. Let's wait a while longer. Not going to cost us anything. Not going to cost us any more to tear it down. It's going to cause you to have to put it in alternative 2 location. I agree with that. And that means you're not going to have as much room for parking.
Let me ask you, can I ask a question about the site layout plan? So, and I apologize, Devin, because I just thought of it, or also would have asked you sooner. So your option 2 kind of puts this at an angle over here. Option 1 puts it here.
Why?
Could you not still build it in the same location you're proposing, directly in front of these other bathrooms, and put a walkway between them that would serve that bathroom, right? And my point is, if the opinion is to leave it and just see what happens in the future, and we can always tear it down, it's not going to cost us more money, then could you just do option 1, put the building where you're proposing, leave this here, and still build the sidewalk or whatever that you're wanting to do? I mean, is that a third option?
I will say, I'm not a park designer. That's a whole field separate. But one of the rule of thumbs with parks is that when you add an amenity such as a bathroom that is or actively entices people to use it, you want to keep your field of sight for parents pretty open. So that's why we had this.
Okay, that's why if you demolish it, it's open in that location.
Yeah, because if you were to put
that makes sense.
Yeah, because
so if you're here,
yes.
and you're sitting over here on a bench, you're watching your kid, and Johnny wants to go over and use the restroom, if this isn't here, it's not an issue. You got an open site, right?
The bigger concern is the soccer field. The
Yeah,
kids from the soccer field run over to the bathroom. The parents want to be able to see their kid run to the bathroom, go in the door, and they stare at the door until the kid comes out.
Right, right. And you wouldn't, if you had another structure here, you've now created a block.
Yeah, you obstruct, that's why I moved it, and also just for like aesthetics. I mean, I'm going off of the Parks Master Plan and what the board has suggested. I understand completely, Mr. King, your suggestion. We need to have more bathrooms. One of the reasons we didn't pursue a larger restroom is because it jumps significantly, like
The cost.
almost double the cost.
And I understand
yeah.
that, but we know more and more people use them, so before we shouldn't have torn down that building. Why can't you use option 2 and just make the decision to, mothball the building or whatever, make the decision there?
We can.
That's why this is that's why this is a discussion item, because like I said, we have 2 conflicting views, one from council and one from Parks, and we just need you to make a decision.
As a traffic person, you haven't laid out the parking in this parking lot, right? Because it looks like that little jut up there isn't going to be a real efficient parking area based on the size of that. But you haven't laid out lines and done things like that.
I just marked the general area for, that could be used for parking. This area is used sometimes for events for parking, but it's not a grassy knoll that people actively use, because of course we want to conserve that, but you know, this is an area that attracts large amounts of people, and the goal, my goal, is to alleviate some of the riverside that's majorly overpacked and utilize this area for some of our larger.
Kind of create a separation, so you have the people who are there
Yes.
for the athletic events, maybe are parking closer to the restrooms and the play area. and the
Traditionally,
who are there-
people park closer to restrooms.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Right?
I would support, you know, approving the new building and proposing that the old one be demolished, possibly eventually.
Is that a motion?
You wanna make a motion?
I think we could test it by making a motion, we change the policy, and I'll move that we change the policy and demolish the building now. See if I get a second.
Okay, so you are saying you want to make a motion for option number 1.
Option number 1, yeah, I support what the board's recommending.
Okay. I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'm tempted to go there, I'll second that.
All right. Any further discussion?
I have a question.
Yep.
So looking at the diagram, no matter which option, all of a sudden option 2 has all this concrete in there for a sidewalk that wasn't part of the cost. And concrete's very expensive right now. Very expensive. 80-pound bag is over almost $9 a bag. What's gonna be the additional cost for that concrete?
I mean, probably.
Because we're gonna have to
around
have the ramps
cost
up
of The ramps?
Yeah, because we're gonna have to have an ADA we're gonna have to have the ramps that connect it from the parking lot, ramping up for wheelchairs can get on, ramps to go down into the, playground area, ramps to connect to the bathrooms.
It's all fairly flat there.
I was gonna say.
I understand, but still ADA requirement is you gotta have ramps.
But only if the topography requires it. If there's not a slope greater than X, you don't need a ramp.
2%.
Yeah.
Okay, but still, concrete wasn't part of the cost.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and
And I know it's, right now, just one little pad is going for $10,000.
well,
A truck.
yeah, I would say we have a really good relationship with a concrete guy, and he's been doing stuff. And the concrete that was added for Lions Park, the preliminary stuff out there, that was $6,000. So I mean, he basically does it at cost for the city. I'm not saying that's what it is, but I would say it's probably in the range of what it would cost to demo the building. But I have to make, do with that. We could also have it as crushed granite. That's also rated for that area, depending on the slopes.
For wheelchairs?
Yes.
yes, the ADA allows that.
Okay, because I want to throw that out there, because I know concrete's very expensive right
I know
now.
one of the things we're doing in some of the other parks is we're incorporating more crushed granite and using a polymer as a binding agent. To basically, that's one of that's a proposal for the Lions Park right now, to redo that trail system. That's probably what we'll apply in September Square when we redo the walking area there and the pavers. And we're probably going to start doing more of that at regional as well, in part to tie in all the parks and create a kind of a uniform expectation and level of service. But that, personally, I prefer to see that over concrete anyway.
But either way, we need a cost.
Yeah, that hasn't been finalized.
But either way, for a walkway, we're going to need a cost. And that
Is
would
there a
be,
walkway on option 1?
no.
I did not include one, but we would have access one way or another. I mean, that whole area is barren, so I plan on improving it. I mean, my whole thought is,
But you have a budget to work with as contingency, so
Yes.
what has been proposed doesn't change. Your amount,
And I understand what you're saying, Sheena, but I think the goal of the staff would be to do this project in the scope that has been presented.
Right,
which
because
is-
right now, it's budgeted for 45, 754, 56 for the playground equipment, and then miscellaneous improvements of 29, 245, 44, with a not to exceed $75,000.
Right, so that would be what we, if, speaking clearly to the motion that's made by Councilman Dyer and seconded by Councilman Carey, that's to approve option 1 with demolition of the building and your total cost not to exceed $75,000. That's still the motion. And I understand that there's walking paths and other stuff, but this has been budgeted in a manner to allow for some contingency, so we
Okay, 'cause
believe
that-
we can get that done.
Those two items right there do equal $75,000.
Mm-hmm.
So there is no wiggle room.
If they can't accomplish it in that, it comes back.
It- I'm just putting it out there,
Right?
covering our butts.
Further discussion? Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed?
Abstain.
Nay.
One abstention and two opposers. So,
That is, motion passes, right?
It's a tie.
You get to
Yeah.
break the tie.
Well, actually, under, we run under Robert's Rules of Order, and an abstention is the equivalent of a no vote.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's 3 nays.
So that is 3 nays, the motion as presented fails.
So it's 2 to 3.
Appreciate it.
Scott?
All right. Do I have another motion?
I will move that we pursue option 2 and schedule a demolition or reuse of the original restrooms at a future date.
I'll second that.
Great. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Did we get 5 votes in there?
Well, I don't hear all of them, but apparently.
I said aye.
I said aye.
Missed you, okay, we got it.
Unanimous? Okay, motion passes. Great.
Let me make sure I know what that said, is that?
Yeah, option
Option
2,
two.
preserving, preserving the old restroom for either future demolition or reuse.
Okay, got it.
Or reuse or continued use, whatever.
Yeah, reuse, yeah, well,
And I will encourage you, once again, we need to not send mixed signals to the boards, so let's make sure that we're coordinating with the boards.
Related to that, I've always felt funny I shouldn't show up at any of the other meetings because there's already a council liaison there.
As long as you don't have 2. If you have,
As long as you don't have 3.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant.
I welcome anybody who wants to come to that meeting. You need to see what I see and hear what I hear, because it's very difficult sometimes. It's a very difficult board for people to be on.
well, you're very opinionated members of
It's very hard.
But the point is that we have boards there for a reason. We need to make sure that we're coordinating with them and not sending mixed signals, and making sure that we are in alignment so they know what to expect. We know what to expect. It's a great opportunity.
May I make one other comment? Because I'm looking at the picture, and if you look at the angle of the new bathroom in the 2 options, they're different. I'd just like to point out to people, in option 1, the angle that you see allows people from the soccer field to see all 4 doors. They can see both sides of the building from the soccer field, and the doors are on the 4 sides. Option 2 is going to prevent them from seeing the 2 doors on the back from the soccer field if you put that angle on the building.
Well, I think the doors are only on 2 sides,
4
right?
doors.
Yeah, there's four doors. So
Yeah.
but they're on the front, north, let's just say north and south
But my
side.
point is, if
Hold
you
on.
might just look at tilting that building just a little bit so that the people from the soccer field can see all 4 doors.
Do you have the schematic of the bathroom? You, do, right?
Yeah, I don't think that plan was absolute, that was just.
An idea.
You don't have the
Yeah.
schematic of the bathroom in here, right? That
Not
was
in
prior.
this, no.
The doors that are entries and exits into the restroom, there's maintenance doors as well, but the doors that allow you entrance and exit, they're only on 2 sides of the building, correct?
Correct.
So-
There's 4 corners. There's 2 doors on each side.
Yeah, they're on opposite sides of the.
Okay.
2
but
sides
not-
of the building.
Yeah.
Right. Just
here,
on 2
2
sides.
So you have to
So if
see
you
both
turn the
sides.
building this way, they can see them, they can see
Yes.
all 4
Yeah,
doors.
know where you're
Scott, can you
at.
go back to option 2 again?
I think it's done. I think it's done.
And Darren, where are you, excuse me, Devin, where are you planning to put the doors? They would be
On the long
It,
sides.
on the long
yes,
side,
on the long sides.
above and below.
That's correct.
Yeah.
But I mean, the soccer fields range way over here,
Yeah.
way over
Yeah.
there, so at some point, somebody can't see a door.
And just like with
It-
the
it's-
playground, they won't be able to see
Yeah,
it.
it's just so that, I mean, that's just the general rule that the kids, the parents can tell them, hey, go to that bathroom there, and they don't have to go around the facility. And I mean, there's a lot of holes to that, and like I say, I'm not a designer, and if we want to get to that point, I know Scott, we're looking into that with Lions Park. Just understand those kind of things, like with master plans, they just take a long time, and I would love to provide you a, survey and a master plan for each of these parks, but it's just very, very expensive, and I know I'm not the best with design layout, but just trying to save money where we can.
Okay, what is, for the council people that have thoughts and ideas and opinions that want to be involved with this, what's the best way, Scott, for them to engage on that?
Yeah, well, no, if they have, you're saying if they see something that's on a parks agenda and they want to go, right?
Well,
I think the best,
talking about this one specific, talking about this specifically, so it sounds like we've already had a motion that's passed, so
Right.
I do want to move on, but I want to make sure that they had several different recommendations for the actual layout, the final product. What's the best way for them to engage on that before the actual contract is executed?
I'd say see me if you have some very specific concerns about what that looks like. We're gonna make sure we get a placement that is optimal for the playground and for its use, but yeah, absolutely, just contact me.
Okay. And let's just get in front of this next time so that we get these out.
When are we going to start trenching for the piping, for the water and the sewer?
Basically now, we can start. I've just been waiting on locations so that, we try to clear shot, but we've, following council's directive to get the projects done, streamline, we've already sent out the quotes. It's just, it takes time. Contractors are backed up and we're trying.
Well,
So-
we didn't know where the final location was, now we do.
For this building, yes.
We're going to move on now, but
Okay.
again, if you have questions, concerns, ideas, thoughts, please get them to Scott as quickly as possible,
Thank you.
because Devin moves very fast.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next item is discussion on amending animal control ordinance related to regulating tethering of animals within the city limits. Now, I almost pulled this one because I didn't have any supporting information, but I want to point out that the reason that I left that on here is because I think it's worth having the conversation. We either come with a finalized ordinance as a recommendation, or we have to ask staff to go and develop that. And I think that we need to be really careful about items like this because we start getting lost in the weeds. And there's a fine balance between being communicative and supporting the community at large, between that and getting distracted from our main cause and taking ourselves out of our strategic plan. So I think that we can talk about it in context with this, but as we go forward with individual items, I think we need to take a hard look at understanding what is the cost, what's the opportunity cost that we're losing by asking for something like this, unless you're bringing a final completed product. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. So in terms of did you want to talk about this, Scott, or you want me to do that?
Well, this is Councilman Carey's item, so I
I
wanted
hadn't
to...
intended to have this on the agenda until I had presented some materials to go with it, and I just haven't gotten around to that. But this stems from a neighbor who called me and said that, when we had 19-degree weather, he could hear the dog in the neighbor's yard crying all night, and he's tied to a tree. And even though his shelter may meet minimum requirements of rainproof and possibly windproof, that dog did not need to be out there. And he suggested to me that we go ahead and just eliminate that option in the city limits.
It's a fine balance. If you look at, like, PETA, they recommend no tethering at all. The state of New Jersey adopted one that I think, if you want to take a look at that, if you want to put something together, that's a really good one because it limits the amount. But again, with these,
I'd probably have to get a legal opinion on what we can and can't do. So we're a general law city, right? So we can only do what the state says we can do. And the state already has a code that addresses tethering. They have a minimum standard, that's what we abide by.
Clean water, shelter, and windproof.
Right. Well, and there's a link too. It has to be a minimum, I think it's 12 feet, 10 or 12 feet. And it can't be a chain. And like how it's affixed to the animal, it has to be a collar or a harness. So there's certain standards that the state has recognized that we follow and enforce. But I would, so it sounds like you're not prepared to talk about, which is fine. And I had it was on the pending list on that electronic version, which I assume you accessed and added. And that's where,
Actually, I wasn't going to do that.
I don't know who did it, because I didn't put it there, but it's on that pending list out there.
Okay. Well, thank you, somebody.
Well, at the last meeting, you requested it. I think it was the meeting before that. You said, I'd like to have this on the agenda. I put it
I
on.
didn't mean the immediate agenda. but-
So again,
Sorry.
I was gonna pull it off, but I wanted to make sure that we had that conversation
Yeah, I
of,
think the conversation's good, but
we need to make sure that not just like for this individual item, for all of these, we need to make sure that these are types of communication that you can have with Scott directly. But when it comes to getting randomized and overall pulling us away from our master planning, we need to make sure that we continue to do that prioritization.
I was surprised to see it on the agenda.
The other thing to be cognizant of when you're talking to the public is, a lot of times they'll say, well, this city's doing it, or that city's doing that. And when it's a policy or an ordinance, you need to know, well, is that a home rule city or a general law city? Because it makes a huge difference. And that can kind of stop the conversation right there sometimes. You can say, hey, look, you're talking about a city that's much larger than us. They have home rule. They'll be able to establish those ordinances, and we're probably going to be limited on what we can and can't do.
Councilman Dyer had a
I just think that's the point. I mean, we can't, I don't think we have the right to do any more than any general law city can do. And we need to follow state law. That would be my advice.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to move on from that one and go on to staff reports. Scott?
I don't have a specific presentation to go on with this. I did review the reports that came to you. I made some minor suggestions on the font sizes and how those were presented, so they'd be a little bit more legible, and that things were labeled properly as far as specific. Yeah, there's a couple of different reports that had numbers on them. They weren't fully explained. At least I feel like it could be explained better. So what you've received has at least gone through my lens to ensure that it's hopefully something that's useful. But we are still looking for your feedback. If there's changes or modifications to reports that you'd like to see, please let me know. Otherwise, not a lot to call out. I will say that the library's activities, they had their Love Your Library event. You heard Sheena describe that. I thought it was fantastic. Very, very well attended. The other thing I'll call out is in finance, one of the things that I think I've mentioned before is we're working on, it was at the last meeting, we've met with a couple different folks that would be investment groups that we would partner with to invest the city's fund balances, unutilized fund balances, in ways that both myself and Leroy are trained in Public Funds Investment Act. So cities are restricted, cities, counties, governmental entities are restricted in what they can invest in, and basically it's ultra liquid, ultra safe, so generally government bonds, that type of thing. So it's not like you're going to be able to invest and make the type of returns you folks are trying to achieve in your retirement accounts. But right now, even government bonds are paying 5%. And so 5%, when you have $9 million, that's enough money to do a $400,000 project. I mean, there's some, we're talking about real money now. When it was 0.5%, it wasn't very much at all, but now that it's up to 5%. So we're looking at those types of things, and I should have more reports about that and our success at a future meeting. Do y'all have any questions about what's been reported or any of the contents? Yes, ma'am.
That one property I talked to you about, the junkyard, have we heard anything? The one that has the construction vehicles? Well, the last city council meeting, I told you that there's the one that has the warrants out and everything, and it's adding to.
He's got a dozen vehicles.
Yeah, he's got a dozen vehicles, construction materials, bobcats. I mean, it's growing, it's not going down.
I recall the conversation.
Yes, ma'am.
However, nothing's been forwarded.
Okay.
To the city attorneys for analysis or
Action.
plan.
Okay.
Yeah, but I believe it's on here.
It is, it's on the code enforcement summary, it's the third one down. Because I had
It's not
the,
the DC, it's this one, 202-1095.
yeah, because the neighbors came into the store today and asked if we're doing anything, because they're required to keep their home up to snuff, and yet this is going on next door. And I said, yes, I know, the city is working on it, and that's all I left it at. so.
Yeah, so where we're at, court filed a warrant, reported to credit collector, took pictures, new vehicles brought in, left door hanger on, that was in November. And, you know, council's looking into a civil suit. That's the latest and greatest on that particular case.
Okay. Yeah,
And
'cause they're not
If you
CC.
hadn't figured out, these orders, the order of these is in reverse order on this.
Yeah.
So the bottom one, is that right?
It's the one
Yeah, which I looked at, or just read. Perfect.
Yeah, because I'm just telling them, just, the city's working it, but the neighbors are getting sick of it. It's horrible.
So I guess I need to forward those details to you. Sorry.
Yeah, that too.
The code enforcement officer, she is aware of it, because I
Oh,
spoke
yeah.
with her afterwards, you know, after that meeting, and she said yes, that she was.
Yeah, Curl and I talk, and there's new vehicles there all the time.
Yeah.
That's
So we need
broken
to,
down,
I need to
falling
get,
apart, and she's been taking pictures left and
I need to
right.
forward this to Cynthia to look into a civil case.
Well, and they do have a warrant, and of course, I know in the reports now, or when Ms. Girl sends them out, they do make note that just because they pay the ticket or the fine or the warrant, that does not
Doesn't make it go
constitute
away.
compliance.
Which they
Yes,
haven't
ma'am.
paid.
You know, no, they haven't, it's a warrant now.
Yeah.
But
Okay, I appreciate it, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. As always,
Yeah,
yes.
The pool being drained, I saw there was a picture in there, the pool is drained and being cleaned. What's all that? It had algae in it earlier. Was that all related to that, or do you?
I honestly don't know. I know we do, we're just doing maintenance on it, and it was necessary to drain it to do that maintenance, but I don't know what that maintenance entailed. I don't know if they're, I know we're not replastering it, but they may be doing touch-up, I don't know.
They replat?
No, I said I know we're not replastering it, but they may be doing some painting and other things that's short of replastering that's in the realm of maintenance.
Loose tiles, whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
And the light bulb, because they came into the store and got the replacement bulbs and everything, so.
Stuff you can't do if it's full of water.
You can do that to them as well.
Sounds good.
You have to go through the top.
I did see, I really like the report that I think we're going to have available soon from the PD for the new software, once we actually get that installed, so I really.
Soon in governmental terms, yes.
yes.
Soon, or,
It might be towards the end of the year, frankly, honestly, because we got to get the software's not, you know, it's going to take a little bit.
perfect. Okay, great. And Lions is doing tonight. I've got some other details on this about some, like comparisons. There's some that have last year versus this year, some that have actual versus budgeted, so I think that we just need to refine.
Yeah, and we talked about, I know that one of the suggestions from staff was, well, let's just, make all these reports uniform. I don't recommend that personally. I think that it's one thing to have a balanced scorecard or some other measurement tool where we've identified specific measures that we're trying to track, and to put those in a uniform, you know where you're looking and what you're doing. But I do encourage each department to be as creative as they like to be with those reports, and to seek your feedback on whether they're giving you good information, because I think each department's a little different. Each one brings their own creativity to it, and I don't want to squelch that.
No,
but
I liked the idea. I do like the idea of having the department determine what that looks like with some general standards. So a great example of that would be on sales tax revenue. That is a big thing year over year, so that we understand where we stand with the budget. So that's just one of those things. Again, we can take it offline.
Yeah, please give me your feedback.
These are getting a lot better. I think they're a lot easier to look at just at a glance and understand more where we stand with it. I think we've still got some more work to do, but we're getting there.
Good.
Nice, thank you. I know that they put a lot of work into this. All right, next item is executive session. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, entitled Consultation with Attorney, and the City Council may convene in executive session to receive advice from the city attorney regarding the following matters. The matter is airport hazard zoning issues and related matters. Number 2, Texas Government Code, Section 551.072, entitled Deliberation Regarding Real Property, to deliberate the purchase of real property, parkland acquisition opportunities, and sale of city-owned property. And the item is city-owned property at London and Alsace. Number 3, Texas Government Code Section 551.085, entitled Deliberation Regarding Economic Development Negotiations. The items are NP Homes Development Agreement, Cobblestone, and Kingfish. Finally, Texas Government Code Section 551.086, entitled Competitive Utility Matters. The City Council, as the governing body of a public utility, power utility, will meet in closed session to discuss competitive matters, including purchase power agreements. And the item is CPS separation agreement. We are going into executive session at 7:54.
Sorry, 7:54?
Yes.
Yeah.
What?
Priscilla, is this yours? The white tree?
No, I bet it's there.
Well, I don't know if it's the sticker is.
Yeah, I think he had that earlier.
Yeah, he did, I think.
I mean, it could be there's something
I
right
think
inside there.
it's there.
Listen, listen.
He was sitting there.
I think you got green rooms in your block, so that's good. Oh, you did? I noticed you got one looking right out here in front of your pickup. Did you plan that for tonight?
No, but I'm surprised at that. I mean, you ought to see what's behind the restrooms at Marion's. I mean,
Yeah, don't mention that. Something the other day, I don't know.
they're flush back there. Because they're part granite, they love the granite.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but when they did the restrooms, they
Well,
moved
the
that.
moisture stays under it, too.
But that berm in the back there is so soft.
Coming back. To an empty room.
What a wonderful day, and a wonderful day.
It was a beautiful day, other than, I thought it actually got too hot.
Yeah.
Getting a few things done outdoors, that's pretty rough.
We were working on my parents' fence no, I guess that was last week on Monday,
Right.
on President's Day. It was hot.
Do y'all have beehives back there too, or just?
We're getting,
You are gonna?
yeah, we're actually taking our beekeeping class
Oh, yeah.
over at Bee Weavers in Minnesota. And we've got 2 hives that show up in April.
I do business with, all the secrets are buried, just gentleman down big.
It's back out, it's supposed to have, but I get one and then it's just coming.
There's a hole up here, there's another one in front of the window, so it was a COVID spacing spot.
My husband has to pass on apparently somewhere during the video going and everything, there's been bad feedback somewhere.
Well, he said he got a text earlier, and so I'm gonna have to look at that, possibly over here, because it plugs into a little cord over in the wall.
Uh-huh.
And that's the sound part of it, because I know David, I forgot to plug it in before we started, and I did it right beforehand. But I heard a humming last time, so I don't know if it's this, I don't know where it's coming in at, so I'll have it checked. But thank you.
All right, we are returning from executive session at 9:07. And I think the only thing that we had in here, I'm looking for a motion to approve the legal agreement with Clark Hill for special legal services.
As read.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Okay, back to the discussion and appropriate action on approving the airport fencing project. So I'll say, I think I've been very clear. I am an avid supporter of our airport. It is a great amenity. It is something that benefits the community in many different ways. I don't necessarily buy into all of the overall impact across the country on aviation, because that doesn't affect us here, but it does have positive impact on us here. It has a lot of positive impact. Plus, we have people out there, we have local people, we do have citizens that are actually working out there, that have businesses out there, that have invested their own time and money out there. And so, to me, the airport is a phenomenal thing, and I totally support it. I believe that we need to have this fence put up. I think it's the right thing to do. The situation with all of the construction going on really moves us. I mean, it exacerbates the issue that much more. So it's one more negative impact of the growth that's happening around us. My only issue is that we need to be really careful about the actual money and determine how that's going to get paid for. What we've talked about before is that airport pays for an airport. Now, Scott's done a bunch of work, and I'm guessing David done a bunch of work on this as well, to determine most airports, the fact that our airport is solid and self-sufficient is an anomaly in a lot of towns. A lot of towns, they're subsidizing. Hondo, apparently, they're making a profit. They're actually giving money back to the general fund, but it's a much larger operation, and I don't know that we want to drive ours to that point. So being self-sufficient is something that is very important. So I think that it is, I think that we need to be very careful about figuring out how the airport will pay for this, whether it's short-term, long-term. I believe that there's more work that needs to be done on this. I don't think that not doing the fence is an option. but I think that we need to make sure that we understand how it's going to happen. I believe that we owe that to the people that we've been dealing with. But from there, I'll turn it over to you because I don't get a vote.
I know when they built the hangar, the city gave a loan to build, not the hangar, the administrative building out there, what do you want to call it, terminal building. And I think the fence needs to be built, but we know in the future, we're probably going to have to buy stuff from the airport, i.e. water. Can we give, and we are also paying them yearly fees for the Medina Valley Field and so forth. Is there some way to just have this as a loan? Because I can't tell you how many times a month I tell people that the city's not subsidizing the airport.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't say that if we give this money to the airport. So can we not just give them a loan with the understanding that the airport then will pay back the general fund when we either have to buy water from them?
Well, the short answer is yes. I did tell the mayor, there's a couple different options. I will tell you this, though. My concern from a policy standpoint is that if you rest your laurels on the airport pays for the airport, on an operational basis, year over year, that's absolutely true. We've been able to manage that. Just barely, been able to manage it. And adding these new hangars will create additional revenue that maybe there's not a lot of money, right? But it'll be able to accumulate over time that they then can use as a portion of a match for grants, but it's still not a lot of money. And in my experience, and this is what the mayor was alluding to, I talked to Patrick, I think it's Lawler, but the owner of ZACTAX, which is he's got municipal clients all over the state, and he's a tenured city manager, and a guy I respect. We met at TML, very knowledgeable about taxes and revenues. And he happens to have been I think he was in Bryan, looking at their airport when he was maybe he was an assistant city manager there or something. But he told me, he says, Scott, for general aviation airports, especially ones of your size that do not have a fixed-based operation that the city's running, like Hondo, there's none that are, statewide, there's none that are not subsidized. They're all subsidized. Now, it's how much they're subsidized varies, but on some level, there's some amount of money. When you look at Uvalde, I think Uvalde got $70,000 like the year before last, and then $90,000 I think last year. The city levels their fund because they have to be subsidized. In Ennis, anytime there was a ramp grants are 50-50 matched, which was every year. The city put in that match portion. And the way the city justified it to itself was, we own that asset. We own everything out there. It belongs to us, belongs to the city. And so we take, it's coming on us, just like to manage the streets or anything else, to maintain it. So we're maintaining it. But the operations kind of pay for themselves through fuels and that kind of thing. But when there's a major capital improvement, that benefits, it goes on the city's books as an asset, so we pay for it. So I only lay that out there because I'm not a policymaker, but I do want to I want to make sure you're aware of the fallacy of relying too heavily on that, because it's unrealistic to expect that all the vision, depending on how broad your vision is for the airport and whatever it may contain in the future, that will be accomplished with them paying for their own way. Unless we get crafty, like we've done in the past, and we buy 10 years worth of water rights and we write them a $1 million check, and then now they've got money, and it sits there and gets whittled down over years and is used to match. And then you could say, yeah, they're paying their own way, but how much does the city play in that?
We could then sell those water rights to someone else.
That's right.
So that's why the government gave these hundreds of acres so that they could lease that out and make money for the airport. But at this point in time, I think the airport is self-sufficient, but we need to help them with this loan here. We know when we've talked about we're going to have to buy the water from them, more likely than not in the future.
Well, just understand, the city is the ultimate guarantor, right? So all those grants are all with the city as the owner. So the short answer is yes. In fact, I proposed to the mayor, there's a couple different ways you could do that. It could be based on future water rights. It could be based on a 10-year payback. Like every year, if it's $90,000, you're going to pay us back $9,000 a year, and they could do that. It will diminish their ability to put some savings aside, but the airport's capable of doing that. Anyway, I'll stop there.
I was going to say, I would not even mind a 10-year balloon note to to be renegotiated in the future. Just realize that it's money out there that needs to come.
Well, that's what I was suggesting. Just put it on a debit and credit balance and say, okay, they have a debit in the amount of, and when the time comes, when there's an opportunity to do some horse trading, we're going to take that into account. I think that's reasonable.
But I think it just needs to be formalized so that we know that, no, this is just a loan, it's going to be paid back. And that
Yeah.
way, I can, in a clear conscience, I can tell people, no, we're helping them, but we don't.
Yeah, I had the exact, I had the exact same conversation with someone else earlier.
I think that adding the fence also makes the airport more marketable and tells the clientele out there that we're interested in them and their safety. And I think it makes the airport will make the airport more profitable.
Yeah, this wouldn't be coming forward if it wasn't a safety concern. That's the key. Honestly, that's my driving concern for bringing it to you at this point.
Is this going to take care of the kids hot riding down the runway in the middle of the night?
It should, because there's, right now, there's an opening in a fence that's just there, and this would close that opening.
Yeah, I think.
That doesn't, no, they can break the fence down. They can break through the gates, but they'll have to cause actual property damage to do that in the
I
future.
was talking about the four-leg dangers. I wasn't
Right.
talking about the two-leg.
Now, there's one area, just so you're aware, you have all the graphics, I believe, here in the proposal. Keep in mind, actually, you probably can't see this, but this is a road, right? We're not fencing off the road unless we include that in the cost and actually put in an electronic gate and that kind of, we're not proposing that. So this little section of this road, the width of that roadway, will remain open.
What about cattle guards or whatever the heck they're
We
called?
thought about doing that, and David has suggested that we might consider that at that point. Now, there are box culverts that run under that road, so, yeah, I don't know how that works. If you,
Why aren't you putting gates there with electronic openings?
well, in part because
It's a public road.
we don't know what that road's going to do in the future. When you look at all these the different plans they've come up with, how the access to the airport might change, that might be a sunk cost that, right now, we're trying not to spend extra money. And I don't think from a four-legged type of issue, if it becomes an issue, I think the cheapest solution would be to put cattle guards in. But really, we don't expect that the wildlife is going to figure out that they can get in right here.
Is that where the two-legged guys, that they hot rods going out?
They can't do that either, because it doesn't give them access to this. Because this does have a gate on it, right? It's just the road going this way that would remain open.
If you leave that open,
They'll come through.
you're making a collection pen for wild animals. You're going to have more wild animals than you ever had because they're going to get in there and they won't be able to get out.
So can you not run the
Well,
blue line straight down the road and go east, meet up with that, the horizontal?
That's what this does.
No.
On the other
Take
side
it
of
down the
the,
road,
Right where the
Go
other
down the
90
road.
degree
now
and
go
go
to
straight
your
across.
left.
go down the
Go
road.
this way?
Yeah.
Other way.
No, go down the road.
Yeah,
Down the road,
down
toward the
down this
airport.
way?
There you
Go,
go.
go,
Yeah?
Go,
Right
go,
there.
go,
Right
stop.
there. Run it across.
Put the gate right there, because we've already got a gate, we've got an entrance gate that goes over by the facility building, by the airport building. Just put a gate right there, and so people that want access to the airport have access through that gate.
So you would add fence, you'd leave this yellow fence in place as well?
No,
Straight across.
Come straight across to the road.
Come down here.
come down here, and then go straight
Lower
across.
horizontal.
You make that yellow, straight across.
You're just moving
Yeah,
that
I
one
got you.
section.
I got you.
And I think that's actually less,
You say there's already a gate there?
what's that?
Is it deer-proof? It's not a deer-proof gate.
No, we
We already have a gate,
Right there.
to access it.
Or to the side of it?
to the side of the
Yeah,
terminal building, right?
it's over there, wherever that
There's
is.
an electric grate right there, but maybe take
There's
that
one
one
right
out.
here and one right here.
We need them both? Well, we just move the gate.
Move this operation up here.
Yeah. Put the security gate in one place and take out the one that exists now.
You know, that kind of makes sense, separating the ballpark.
Yeah.
There's the ballparks in place, sort of, except for the fence.
Well, I wish David were here to hear this. The issue is, I allowed him to go because I wasn't sure what was going to come up, but my concern is there was some rationale for this gate back here, and I don't remember what it was.
There's a road that comes in on the old Bentley property there.
Yeah.
Right up to the water well.
Well, and I know
To
that,
have a fence
security of
around the
the-
lift station.
What's that?
You still have to have a fence.
Yeah, and there
around
is
it.
one there now.
So your lift station is still secure.
Yeah.
Well, that's fancy.
I think we actually talked about putting a gate in so there'd be access to the back of the lift station if needed. Yeah, let me talk to him about that. I really don't know.
If the whole purpose is to keep it off the runway, that would tie it in that way.
Yeah.
If you even brought it across, not at the airport property, but brought it across to the terminal building there where that existing, somehow tied into that, like Darren was saying, and
Yeah, but you're fencing out a whole lot of territory.
Yeah, well, I think that you fence out,
using it now.
You're just saying pull it up to here.
just pull it up to there, yeah.
Yeah, because remember the jumpers.
And in some ways,
land-
that's not a bad idea, just because it keeps, I mean, no one who has any business, that has any business other than the airport would go any further. Like, that, all the baseball, all that,
Right.
that's all closed
And
off.
that's less linear footage that way.
Now, it does make it from, right now, the public, so we have a lot of meetings at the airport. Right now, what that means is whatever gate code this is that gets handed out, it's going to be handed out to a lot of people. Because we have public, right now, the public can drive up and access the terminal building. If you put a gate way back here, they aren't going to be able to do that anymore.
Well, then you put an additional gate, leave the gate that's there, so only leave the existing gate at the terminal building, put a new gate with a different code, and with that, you can close off access, like at night. You can have open access, you can get, like, you can just do a push button to get in during normal working hours,
One button gate.
and then have it convert to a code after closing time.
Well, the other thing is, right here, move your thing a little bit this way, and come straight down to the other side of the terminal building where that existing gate is there.
Right there.
And then and that's all fenced off, and then you run it on the other side of on the other side of the terminal building, and that way the public can come all the way to the terminal building without going through a gate. The gates are on either side of the terminal.
Same way it is now. Coming down that road now.
Well, you just say put the fence all along this road,
Yeah, on the.
All the way
on
down
west
to
side
the
of it.
existing gate.
all the way to here.
In fact, there's a fence there now, it's just that it's a little low fence, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a wire fence. I
Yeah,
think.
it's a wire fence.
It would come all the way down to here.
Comes across
To the terminal,
east,
to the
west.
west side of the terminal building. And then that would go to the
Down
east
the other
side of the
side,
terminal
yeah.
building.
It's a
So it'd be
three-foot-
on the very back side of the
fence.
terminal building, because then we start getting in for clearances of
Down
planes
the
and
west side
that.
of the road.
Right, because there's already a gate. There's a
Right.
gate.
Yeah, the only thing I would do is say that if we're going to do that, then you'd probably want to take this yellow line and go this direction with it, so that this gets tied in, and then you have that other fence that comes all the way down to here. No?
No, I mean.
You can't what?
The whole purpose is to keep the deer off the runway, so if you run it down the west side of the road, where there's an existing fence there now, the west side,
And the other side.
other side of the road.
Oh, the
Bring it
other
all
side.
the way down to the terminal building, and now it's right there, stop it. And then on the other side of the terminal building where that existing gate is, run that north, right there.
North back up to the yellow line.
Yeah.
There.
However
Do
which way you wanna
two
do it.
sections of fence here.
Come back.
Do two sections of fence here. Now, okay, so what that would mean is that from a predator standpoint, our high fence, whatever, there would not be any in this area, right? But there would be coming along this road,
Yeah.
right?
Yes,
Down to the terminal building,
And this would still be there.
Correct.
Right?
come
Okay.
down to the terminal
As
building.
long as you don't cut out the drop zone.
yep, that's the,
That could be a problem.
gotta keep that in the
Don't
fenced
show
area.
the drop zone, I don't know exactly where it is.
It's
but
right
if you-
over here.
Well, if you move the yellow line that's now going east and west, if you move that south, you may be encroaching on
No,
the
we
drop zone
we
safety
wouldn't,
line.
we're leaving this where it is. That's what I'm saying. This is on a property line.
So why don't we just go with the second gate then?
Yeah,
Put the second gate with access control, where it has open access control during business hours, and it shuts down to coded access after hours.
yeah,
to
like
keep people
these
off the freeway.
gated neighborhoods and everything, from 6 AM to 6 PM, the gates are open for people.
Well, you couldn't, well, I mean.
Well, no,
They're
because
gonna
for,
be coming in.
I'm just worried about.
just to get to the terminal.
The pilots have to be able to get in.
Yeah, they have to come in, they have
But-
to come into the terminal.
But if they have like a hanger code or something like that to enter into the gate?
I'll put all this in front of David so he can.
Yeah.
shoot holes in it, but.
Basically excluding the ball fields from the secured area.
So we'll need to have a final draft of a final plan. We've had people bid it out, but it's basically based on linear feet, so I'm not too concerned about that. We'll just have to recalculate what that would look like.
Actually, you're gonna save some.
And come up, and then come up with a solution. What I think I need is a motion to approve based on, whoever's ready to make that motion, based on the input that Phil was sharing about payback or credit or debit or whatever.
And then, and that way you can actually, because he has quite a bit of fencing to build before, we don't have to make this other decision on this until, with a preliminary layout of the fence. So the motion is, unless you're gonna read it.
I think it is to approve the fence with a strategy to be presented to council for airport payback and a final design review of the gate interface.
So moved as read.
Maybe,
Well, are we approving anything?
airport
Really?
payback within 10 years?
Within 10 years?
I think 10 years is a reasonable time. Doesn't specify how. Still gives you the leeway to come up with different ways, but 10 years gives us a little security that they're going to pay us at least $9,000 a year.
Do you want to add the 10-year?
Well, technically, my motion didn't get seconded yet, so.
Do you want to modify your motion to
You're
include
gonna
that?
have to reread that, because I got about
I read it again. I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so it is to approve the construction of the airport fence
Okay,
with a strategy
okay.
to be presented to council for airport payback within 10 years. And a final design for the gate interface down Airport Road to be represented to council.
Well, again, if I have to bring it back to council, this is meaningless. I'll just do it on the 14th. I think the goal was to move forward as quickly as possible. If you want to appoint someone from council as your representative to approve the final design of the gate fence, that would work. That would help, because then we could try to get something this week done. We'll modify it, get it out, and get it approved. But otherwise, I'm better off just bringing it back on the 14th.
All right, so to approve the construction of the airport fence with a strategy to be presented to council for airport payback within 10 years and an identified council representative to work through the final details of the gate interface. Yes?
And appoint a council.
Representative to coordinate the location of the gate.
As a suggestion, if we, original motion, if we approve it tonight, you can go hire the contractor.
Mhm.
And it's gonna be on a linear foot basis. So we can make this modification. He's gonna start at the other end of the line. And in 2 weeks, we can make this final thing after you bring that back to us in 2 weeks. That way, all the council members can have a say into it.
Well, I think that you have one person.
That's right. Yeah, you're right. He's not going to do it all overnight anyway. So if you're approving it, you do this word, you use the word strategy, a strategy for payback, and I think we can simplify that, just say payback within 10 years. Because I think that was the intent of the motion, or the comment that I heard Councilman Dyer say. It's not that we're going to have a specific strategy, we're going to leave it open-ended and say, we're approving this with the understanding that the airport must pay back the city within 10 years. For whatever the total cost ends up being.
I'm going to be working with David on getting this laid out, so I would volunteer to be the interface and be able to do the planning and drawing, and then come back with linear footage.
Yeah, that'd be great. And like, I think Phil's right. Our experience with our other fence tells us we probably have several months, because it doesn't all get done overnight.
Right.
So we at least have a couple of weeks to be able to say, hey, we're not there yet, here's what this would look like.
So I will, I'll make that motion as read.
I'll second it.
Okay,
Let me
which one?
Let me reread it.
Okay.
To approve an amount not to exceed $90,000 that the airport will pay back within 10 years.
Hold on, she's catching up.
Oh, this is a totally different motion, because you've already got one on the floor, and so I'm not sure what you're doing.
Yeah, it didn't,
He's amending his own motion.
I'm gonna, well, yeah, I will withdraw the motion, we'll try again. Because the $90,000 wasn't in the first one.
Go for it.
Okay, one more time. Approve an amount not to exceed $90,000 with the airport paying the city back within 10 years.
And the final,
And the final gate interface to be approved at a future council meeting.
So moved.
Does that work, Scott?
are you gonna second that? Oh, you second it.
Again.
I have a motion from Councilman Carey and a second by Councilman Stein. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
I will coordinate with David on getting that alignment and come back with some linear footages.
Okay. And Deborah, I don't know that I've reconvened this officially.
Oh, no, we have to start over.
I don't know that I...
You did reconvene, you said we're reconvening it.
Oh, yes, I did.
You
Okay,
did.
okay. I'm sorry, I'm tired, this is going too long. All right. Next item, discussion on future agenda items. Were there any that were added to the pending agenda list? Okay.
Not by me, I haven't gotten there yet.
All right, make sure you stay on top of that future agenda list.
I will be bringing one, but I'm waiting for Priscilla to get to finalize, because I don't want to bring it until she finalizes the prices. There'll have to be a discussion on those markers on the historic homes.
Okay, go ahead and stick it on the pending list, and just, I think we have one that is pending items not scheduled.
We'll do that.
And if she gets it back to me, then I'll fill in the form.
Actually, we actually have a space for that. It's
I'd like to see a restroom policy on an agenda, soon, please.
Okay.
cleaning.
The cleaning? Right. Well,
Citywide.
all right, stick that on the, just put it on the pending list. and we'll do
It
that.
is.
I think it's on there already.
It may be, yeah.
Okay,
And we
cool.
have to fill out the agenda form, right?
Right.
Submit that.
I already did that.
Yeah, Gary did that.
Okay.
But I would ask you to follow that up, because I want you going back to that pending list. So it's good to bookmark it, get back onto it, look at it.
I'll look at it again.
Yeah, that pending list is our working document. You can add stuff to that at any time. It's the mayor's prerogative to look at the submittals that you have. And so what we failed to do this time was, I told you, it was Paul Carey's item, there was miscommunication. So normal process would be, you put something on a pending list, it comes time, we put it on the agenda, he reaches out to the person who's the sponsor of that, looks for the form, looks for the backup documents, and determines whether it belongs on that agenda, or whether it's ready or not.
But we should send in the form where we put it on the pending.
Yeah.
No, well, yes, if you're ready, but what I'm saying is you can add it on the pending list. When it comes time to put it on the agenda, you're going to have that form. So,
You can, there's a pending list for not scheduled, so.
Yep.
yeah.
Just add stuff.
So once you want to get it scheduled, make sure you've got the form filled out.
Yep.
And be realistic about, like, just because you, make sure that you're prioritizing it correctly. We've got a thing about priority and impact, and a lot of them that I'm getting are 5s and 5s, and most of them are not 5s and 5s. So please be very,
What people they are.
okay. We are through the agenda and adjourned at 9:33. Bless you.
Good job, everybody.
Hey, we're out of here.